Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome everyone to this evening's reconvened City Council meeting. We're not expecting the fire alarm to go off. If it does, officers will escort you out of the building following the exit signs to the designated fire assembly point. Wheelchair users and those with mobility issues, please make your way to the safe waiting area on the Peace Hill side stairway. The Council is live streaming this meeting. Can councillors speak into their microphones so that everyone can hear the contributions that are made? Finally, could I ask all councillors to be concise with their contributions, and can we all please show respect and courtesy to each other during tonight's proceedings? Mayor's announcements. Apologies have been received from Councillor Dryden, Gearing, Lord, Macpherson, Davey, Tatala and Page Croft. Are there any more further apologies? Councillor Smart?
I've got my list, Mayor. You said some already. So Councillor Price, Dryden, Tatalia, McQueen, Davey, the ones I've got.
Mayor, I'm expecting Councillor Gearing in a short while.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to ask members to declare now any interest in the items on the agenda before us this evening. Members are reminded that they can declare an interest at any time during the meeting if anything occurs to them during the debate tonight. Councillor Painter?
Chair, I have to declare that I'm a member of the Cambridge Cycling Campaign, and something that I hadn't declared and didn't think so before is that I'm also a member of Extinction Rebellion.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm declaring a landlord as I am in relation to the licensing item on the budget.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moore?
If we're declaring that we're members of Extinction Rebellion, it's possible that so am I, because when they came last year to meet us, they requested that I join, and I followed their request. Seems a bit odd now. Hope you let me stay, considering that.
Anybody else? Councillor Bick?
The same as Councillor Green, which is that I'm a private landlord.
Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 5. We now turn to agenda item 5A on pages 5 to 116 of the 25th of February agenda pack and pages 31 to 142 of the 13th of February agenda pack. Recommendations of the Executive Councillor for Housing concerning the 2020-21 Housing Review Account Budget Setting Report. Does Councillor Johnson wish to introduce this item? You have 5 minutes, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And it's great to be back in the Citizens' Assembly of Cambridge after some people pronounced that there was another one. The Housing Revenue Accounts Budget Setting Report reflects the Council's vision rooted in a commitment to creating one Cambridge Fair for all. It describes how we will provide more homes for people in need, tackle inequality and support the well-being of our tenants. Whilst Council is only being asked to approve the capital expenditure outlined in the report, I wish to draw attention to 3 key areas contained within the BSR which will assist in realising that vision. 1. We will finish a job to set ourselves to build 500 new council homes. I'm pleased to confirm that we are well on track to exceed this target. Subject to planning approvals, we expect to deliver 546 by 2022. The BSR proposes additional resource for the Housing Development Agency. This is so it can expand its operational capacity to explore development opportunities for an additional 1,000 council homes we want to build following the conclusion of the existing programme. Second, we will invest in the Council's existing housing stock for the present and future needs of tenants. We propose to invest £2.5 million over 3 years to allow for a pilot programme of energy efficiency works, focusing initially on the council's least well-performing housing units, many of which were constructed 60 years ago. After this 3-year programme, we hope there will exist future opportunities to develop, amongst other things, alternative heat sources throughout our existing stock. And we propose to put back into the budget an additional £4.7 million each year from 2021 to tackle the decent homes backlog, for example, the replacement of doors. As Council will recall, the Housing Transformation Programme in 2015 was introduced as a direct result of imposed government cuts to rents for 4 years. This reduced our income, and we had to make hard choices in delivering a balanced budget. We had to defer some investment decisions by extending the lifespan of some components beyond the period defined under the Decent Home Standard. There has been some misleading talk recently of 1 in 9 of our homes not fit to live in. I'm sure we'll hear this claim peddled this evening. I want to correct the record on this and reassure tenants. In most cases, if an internal component like a sink, a bathtub or a door is no longer deemed to be decent, but is due to be imminently replaced, as it is older than the standard says it should be, they will still be in good condition. And to preempt the amendment which has been tabled, I want to assure Council that regarding these homes identified as falling under the Category 1 hazard, the majority of these refer to communal areas and flats. For instance, a risk has been identified of falls on stairs or between levels. I can assure the Chamber that any identified failure in this area will be added to a programme of work to be completed within the year. With respect to other decent homes components, we have a comprehensive works programme, of which I will go into more detail when responding to the amendment. But let me be clear right now, Madam Mayor, there is no need to make knee-jerk additions to the budget or bandwagon hopping proposals in this area. Third, last year I talked about the investment we were making to support tenants affected by universal credit, funding a time-limited financial inclusion officer post to ensure problems with the system experience were minimised, preventing people getting into arrears. I'm pleased to say that the rent arrears as an overall percentage of rent collected remains stable, compared to many local authorities who have seen a significant rise. We want to continue with this, so extending for an additional year this vital work. We will also fund a new tenancy auditor position to help tenants identify their needs and requirements, which will be of particular help to those who are vulnerable. I'm proud we are only the 5th local authority in the country to have been accredited by the Domestic Abuse Housing Alliance for our support for domestic abuse survivors. We'll be allocating £30,000 a year for the next few years towards a fund to enable survivors to improve the security of their homes for them and their families. These key priorities are attainable due to the sound financial position of the HRA business plan, following hard work undertaken over the last few years in making the most of our assets and investments, prudent planning, the mitigation of identified risks, and the commitment to the efficiency of our operations. And with that, I commend the report to this Council.
Thank you. There is an amendment proposed by Councillor Cantrell, but I understand that Councillor Matthews, you're substituting for him. Do you wish to speak now? Okay, you have 5 minutes, and I'll ring the bell after 4:30, all right?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So our housing amendments seem to have to keep highlighting how the ruling group's HRA budget fails tenants. I mean, despite Councillor Johnson's constant virtue signalling when it comes to the council housing, and I'll address his specific comments later, but their budget does little to address the 857 council homes that just simply aren't fit to live in. So coming back, 1 in 9, as you said, and of these 850 homes, again, like you said, 170 have serious Category 1 hazards. Not only does your budget fail to set the highest sustainability targets, despite us having declared a climate emergency over a year ago, not only has it failed to investigate alternatives to your £102 million gas boiler programme, which we've been consistently calling for, and seemingly so is the ruling group if you believe their press releases, but it also fails to guarantee our tenants a decent home or a safe home. And sorry, Madam Mayor, my speech is quite short. I can already hear some murmurings, but I want to take some time to say that no matter what I've thought of the ruling group's comments so far, I sit here and listen to them, I don't think it's too much to ask that they do the same. I think Councillor Porritt might agree on that as another newer councillor. So myself and Councillor Porritt are both new, but we have already raised maintenance and safety issues repeatedly in our short time on housing scrutiny. This amendment is about giving officers and maintenance staff the money and tools to allow them to do more than just the absolute bare minimum. So to address the response to our written question in the agenda pack and the Section 151 report, it's not just an issue about extra money and jumping on the bandwagon, as Councillor Johnson said. It's an amendment to prioritise the money that has already been allocated to repairs to those urgent ones made all the more striking by the response to our question. So at the very least, to get rid of every single hazard to our tenants and give them all a decent home to live in. And if this is going to take more money, then we need to be honest about it and put forward a proposal that shows what we need to borrow, hence our amendment. But you do wonder why it wasn't originally costed in the budget. So in the response to our question, it's good to see, like the councillor pointed out, the scheduled Category 1 hazard repairs are scheduled for 2020-2021. Although again, I have to question why these weren't dealt with before a set of all-up elections this year. I'm also looking forward to hearing soon about the progress on upgrading those homes that aren't thermally comfortable, 77 of them. It's also in some senses good to hear about some of the failings might not be as bad as they seem. But this is really setting the bar low. Why is there such an absolute lack of knowledge about our own housing stock? Our housing's failing the bare minimum standards, but the narrative we get is, oh, well, actually, they should be okay, they might be okay. And this is the same narrative we've seen when we've highlighted gas and fire safety issues in the Housing Scrutiny Committee as well. How are officers and maintenance staffs supposed to support these residents without the data? And after we've highlighted it so many times, and again, this is not criticism of any member of the council staff, this lands directly on Labour's table. I hope that if I'm in this chamber for any length of time, then homes and our tenants won't only be important to the ruling group when it's an election year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the amendment was proposed by Councillor Cantrell, like I said, on page 5 of the information pack. The S151 officer opinion has also been separately circulated to members. We debate the amendment and the recommendations at the same time. Councillor Hipkin, did you want to speak on this? No? Okay. Is there any debate? Councillor Mike Todd-Jones?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We all use statistics in different ways and sometimes to the advantage that we think it's going to give to us. So we've all heard that phrase, lies, damn lies and statistics. And it's very easy to create opportunistic political headlines, deliberately ignoring behind that superficial headline the details regarding any set of statistics. And I think that certainly applies in this case. I know Councillor Johnson is going to refer to a lot of the detail regarding our investment programme, which addresses a lot of the issues that have been raised in this amendment. But what I would like to put to the Council are some of the issues that we're going to be addressing in terms of our existing work programme and what we're expecting to do. And that will include installing new kitchen components to 95 homes in the next financial year and by the end of this financial year. Install new bathroom components for 111 homes, upgrade the electrical systems for 276 homes, test electrical systems for further 1,284 homes, 1,284 homes, install 1701 heat detectors and 1394 smoke detectors, improve central heating for 998 homes, and make 109 adaptations for disabled tenants. Now, there are a lot of statistics, but underneath those statistics are, of course, a really important improvement for our tenants. This is on top of course, a £5 million estate programme that we're already committed to, and a lot of the hazards that are referred to in the Liberal Democrat amendment, the Category 1 hazard, relate to our communal areas, and of course the estate programme will cover a lot of that. When the Labour government, apologies to Neil Kinnock there, introduced the Decent Homes programme in the early noughties, I remember well when I was campaigning as an Arby councillor the improvements that are going to do our housing stock. And many homes that I went into would now not necessarily meet the decent home standards, and that is because of the age criteria that applies to decent homes. The fact of the matter is, a lot of our tenants, the great majority of our tenants, take fantastic care of their homes. They are actually perfectly decent homes and in great condition to live in. But it may be that they've taken so much care of their bathroom or their kitchen that actually, because of their age, they don't meet the decent home standard, but they're actually in wonderful condition. And I think we ought to recognise the care and effort that our tenants put into our homes as well. So that's more of a personal analysis as well of my experience as an RB councillor. Madam Mayor, you mentioned the Section 151 officer information related to the amendment. And of course, the latter two paragraphs, one refers to the fact that whilst there's no constraint on the level of borrowing that the HRA can now take out, but we do have to be very mindful of the fact that we need to identify revenue resource to support the borrowing. And of course, that also has an impact on the need to repay or refinance the debt at the end of the initial borrowing term. But I will read out the final paragraph there, which is that the proposed amendment does not identify amount to be borrowed or how these amounts will be allocated between the investment in existing housing stock and the delivery of new homes. It is not possible to assess whether the borrowing is affordable for the HRA or how it might be repaid or refinanced after the initial term of the borrowing. At this stage, further work is required to develop a costed affordable proposal. I do not consider the proposal of the amendment to be robust or deliverable as presented. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Herbert.
Well, I'll be brief. I've got about 3 or 4 points. I think the political party opposite just sees an opportunity to knock the council. Clearly, there are issues about this decent homes analysis, but there's a need, I think, to share some more accurate information before Councillor Matthews runs away with himself, before Councillor Cantrill does the same. So I think that it merits a report to be shared just to get some of the facts straight before you run away and misrepresent everything. So if we just take the data, Councillor Matthews, doesn't include the work that's been done in the last year. So when there is a statement about how many is the number that is in different categories, then we need to get that clear. So whilst that may not be immediately corrected, we just need to be clear exactly the different numbers that are being used. I mean, in the Lib Dem introduction, we hear the number 850. Councillor Bix and Councillor Cantrill have referred to the number 799. I do think we need to at least get your numbers right, as well as be clear what the position is. We have provided in the HRA budget for the coming year, coming 2 years, I think, Councillor Johnson, £2.5 million to address 3.5. Sorry, it's just gone up. Sorry, it's 2.5 million over 3 years. So 2.5 million over 3 years, which is specifically focused on those properties that have poor heating. And it also addresses carbon emissions, and it also addresses their electricity and other bills. So there is clear provision for a new initiative which has got multiple benefits, and which I hope that the Lib Dems support, rather than chiding and looking for political opportunity. And then just overall, yes, if you ask our tenants, are they happy with where they live? You know from knocking on their doors, and we know that basically our tenants regard us as a good landlord. We're going to hear probably from other people later in the meeting who may be landlords or not about landlord licensing, but it's quite clear that if you talk to our tenants and if you look at the surveys and if you listen, you'll actually hear that people like the council as a landlord.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have a number of urgent and emotive issues on the agenda this evening, and I'm almost angry enough to dance on the table for you. But with your permission, we'll try to use our words. With the removal of the government's imposed cap on borrowing to fund local councils building homes, even in areas where it's self-evidently possible to build homes, even in, which are profitable and prudent investments, such as in Cambridge. Now is the time for this council to press ahead with a renewed vigour to address the housing needs of Cambridge residents, which we are all in agreement represent some of the most urgent needs of those we are elected to represent. But instead, it's left to the Liberal Democrats to bring forward this amendment, suggesting that we take advantage of the new rules and show some business acumen and apply it for the benefit of residents instead of apart hotel owners. I accept the 151 officer's cautious comments, but this amendment isn't a 400-page scrutiny-ready medium-term financial strategy. It's a bold policy direction which, if we were running the council, they and their team would have the funds and the opportunity to work up into detailed, robust and deliverable programme of urgent action. We've stood here year after year and pointed out the unspent funds on council house maintenance being rolled over for yet another year, unspent while people's homes deteriorate further. It's clear that the Labour group feels it can take council tenants' votes for granted. They're apparently perfectly happy with these indecent homes, so the leader tells us, no matter how bad they become. But they've been found out, Madam Mayor. The government have changed the rules, their excuses have all gone, and still they do nothing. In April 18, to get the facts straight, which were published in the reply to Councillor Cantrell's question at the last council meeting, if we care to read the reply in full. In April 18, the number of council houses failing to meet even the most basic standards of decency was 341. And by the time that the Cambridge News reported on the story in January, it had shot up to 799. Today, Madam Mayor, that figure stands at 857, which is a 250% increase in the last 2 years. And to correct the leader, at the end of this year, when those houses that have been brought up to a decent standard are taken away from that number, if you bother to read the whole reply to that question, he will see that more houses will also be added to it as a result of them failing their inspections. How the Executive Council for Housing can bear to show his face in this chamber is beyond me, Madam Mayor. I call on him to explain to this council why he should continue in the role. 2 years have passed, during which Councillor Cantrell brought forward amendments and ideas to boost maintenance and improve people's lives. And all they do is sit and mumble about Lib Dem leaflets as if we've no right to tell people how the council plays politics with their homes and their lives. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I've got Councillor Ashton, Perrow and Payne. Anybody else? Did I miss anybody? Yeah, I've got you down, yeah. Okay, lovely. Okay, so Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's amazing, isn't it, that in this chamber we get the opposition who always praise the officers on their professionalism and going beyond the call of duty to get the facts and figures right. And yet on this amendment, the officer comes back and says, therefore, I do not consider the proposal to be robust or deliverable as presented. So it would be nice if the Lib Dems actually did what they tell us every time. Listen to what the officers tell them. That's that bit over with. I'd like to point out for those new councillors over there that these houses haven't fallen in repair over the last 4 years. This is the opposition who were in power for 12 years. This is the opposition who say repairs and maintenance that people solely need. This is the opposition who got rid of our own housing staff that did repairs and maintenance. We talk about safety for our residents. This is the opposition. Well, they were the ruling party then. They didn't know where the fences were around the gardens. We've agreed £1 million to repair fencing in this city. So I find it amazing that they can stand up and complain about these things. We know there's a lot to be done. We're not sitting on our hands. We've had 4 years to try and pick up what was left behind. They talk about money in reserves. We've put more money in reserves and taken money out of reserves. This money was always there for the Lib Dems. It was always there for them to do all this work. So I'd like them to stand up and say, what did they do with all the reserves? How did they do the housing stock? I'll give you one good example how they did the housing stock to bring it up to date. They evicted frail pensioners in Colville Road. And we worry about these people and the tenants. And what did they say to him? We're going to build nice houses here, but do you know what? You can't come back and live in them. You've lived in this area for over 30 years. But it is true, Councillor Bick. It is true. I dragged your housing executive council to a meeting and they were told, you cannot come back to these houses. You check your facts, young man. So this is the ruling group who evicted people to make houses up to standard. This is a ruling group who got rid of our own housing repair people to get repairs done quickly and efficiently. This is the ex-ruling group who got rid of the fences around people's properties and then wouldn't repair it. So we are doing our best to pick up 12 years of your mismanagement.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Well, further to Councillor Matthews and colleagues' comments, obviously I'm quite new to this. I've been on housing scrutiny for just under a year now, and it is an issue we have raised repeatedly. I hope in a collaborative way where we've had a good discussion at HSC. And I know, obviously, last time we did pass an amendment unanimously as we were working together on that, which I welcome. But we do have a responsibility as a council to our tenants, both those in older houses and in new builds, of course, to ensure they can live safely and warmly. And I suppose from my point of view, I'm finding it hard to understand why this isn't clearly prioritised in the budget proposals we've got before us, or indeed fully costed. It's not enough to have a vague plan. We need concrete proposals, and it's welcome to hear some of the things Councillor Todd Jones mentioned about what we are planning to do. But we need a clear goal of sorting this out immediately, in the short term, not the medium term, not the long term. I do acknowledge we're making progress. I know we've got the new asset management system. It helps us log issues and deal with it more efficiently, and obviously that is great for the future. And obviously I welcome how hard our housing staff work to support our tenants and to get things fixed, and I thank them for it. There's absolutely no criticism of them. Warm and safe homes are important for our tenants, and also obviously for climate change agenda. In opposition, we have tried to improve our housing to save residents money on bills. As I mentioned, we agreed the amendment at the last full council to the HRA financial strategy about that. This year, though, obviously you voted down our request to look at things like passive house standards for new builds that would mean better quality housing for our future tenants. So please don't let them down again by voting this amendment down as well. What we're calling for here is more money to be set aside to allow our officers, our maintenance teams and our tenants to have the tools to sort this out quickly and efficiently and as soon as possible, and give our hard-working staff the means to prioritise the urgent repairs on non-decent homes so that by this time next year we have none of them. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I now have Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I find it quite shocking as we debate this item that so far we don't see any signs of regret or concern or shock at all from the ruling group that 1 in 9 of their council houses, so 856, are currently in a state that's not fit to live in. I would have thought, coming to this chamber, that rather than seeking to deny the statistics in the Cambridge News, so not created by us, created by an independent source, based on their findings, that actually there might be at least some sense of concern coming from the opposite side of the chamber. And it's greatly worrying that there is not. As I came to council this evening, I was reflecting how on this side of the chamber, we are shocked, we're horrified and we're appalled to see the number of houses that are falling into disrepair and that aren't fit to live in. I'd assumed I might at least see some sense of shock from the executive councillor. Instead, he seeks simply to push back and try and deny the facts presented in front of him. What this says to me, Madam Mayor, actually, is not malicious. I don't believe that the ruling group, who pride themselves on their council housing provision, have actually ignored the fact that council homes are falling into disrepair. To me, what it says is a complete lack of management and a complete loss of control over the council's basic services. Fulfilling one of the basic jobs of the council shouldn't be an item for an opposition group budget amendment. It should be front and centre of what the council is doing every day of the week, providing a good service to its tenants. Contrary to Councillor Herbert's comment that all of our tenants are completely happy, I would highlight, Madam Mayor, a really clear example of the council's mismanagement here in your own ward. I was knocking on doors in East Chesterton 2 weekends ago, and actually every single resident I spoke to in the council house flats at the end of Maitland and Mortlock Avenue complained their communal areas weren't being cleaned. There were chipped tiles, the dust is thick on the stairs, there are cobwebs, there are street light, and there are lighting in the hallways that are never replaced. And actually, when I followed this up with the officers afterwards, the response I had was to find simply that actually these flats, all bar one block, hadn't been added to the cleaning contract. So they are not being cleaned at all. They'd simply been missed off and forgotten. I can't imagine a clearer sign of mismanagement than to forget about half of the council houses in one ward. And it begs the question, Madam Mayor, of what the ruling group are doing in terms of their monitoring of the situation, and also, I'm afraid, what the ward council are doing to check in with the most vulnerable residents. Despite Councillor Ashton thinking it's disingenuous of me, I do want to thank the officers for their rapid action to put in place a consultation to start a new cleaning contract there. But unfortunately, because of the consultation phase, that will still take until the end of the year. Our budget amendment, Madam Mayor, is in opposition to remedy that rapidly and to do something for our tenants who are living in these conditions. And therefore, I can only urge the ruling group to see the basic housing maintenance what it should be, one of the council's key priorities going forward, and to accept our amendment as an opportunity to rectify this situation.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. 1 in 9 of our council houses falling below decent standards. That's our social housing, which I think most members in this chamber would believe ought to be setting the standard amongst landlords in this city. And clearly, it has failed in a big way. It's all very well for Councillor Todd Jones to talk about lies, damn lies and statistics and wish it away that way, or for Councillor Johnson to heavily imply to us all that it isn't quite as bad as all that. But in fact, there are legal obligations attached to these standards, and the fact that the numbers were counted implies and confirms that that legal obligation was not being promptly discharged. That is, to me, a serious matter, but much more to the tenants, I think, a serious matter. I have 3 questions for Councillor Johnson. Does he quarrel with the government's standards for decent homes? Does he agree with them? Does he think they're important? Is that the nature of the problem? Or secondly, how has he let it get to this stage in the first place? For us, and I think for many tenants, that's a major loss of confidence in this council. So it's worth having an answer to that question. And then what will be different in the future from the past? Why will this not recur? Why is it not necessary for us to respond in any decision-making or scrutineering sense on this very important subject? I'd like to hear the answer to those 3 questions, and I think it's important that the Council does take the time over this matter, because it's appointing itself later on this agenda to take a role in relation to other landlords and their standards, which I think we would all like to be higher. But this Council has got a red face about its own housing, with its own role as a landlord. What Councillor Johnson has allowed to happen here has jeopardised our good standing as a regulator, as well as our good standing as a landlord for our own tenants.
Thank you. Councillor Sherrill?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say that my own experience of responding to the demands and questions from the council stock that falls within my ward has been that the officers are very responsive, they're very caring and very attentive, and certainly if there's a council tenant that has there's something that they're not happy about or they're not understanding, my own experience so far at any rate has been that officers will contact them as soon as I request that. But that wasn't what I was going to say. What I was going to say is really just that Councillor Johnson, I think, has been working very hard as Exec for Housing, and I think it's a great face. I will look forward to seeing this face again in the chamber a great deal. So I feel you should certainly dare to show your face in this chamber. There were 2 aspects of the amendment that I just wanted to reassure the chamber about, and aspects of the opposition amendment which I'm sure are well intentioned, but which we feel unable to accept at this time. I'm sure if this is a variation on the themes that I raised in the Housing Committee itself. But one of the proposals to reduce the rent for 3 and 4 bedroom homes under the devolution programme, the reason why, well-intentioned though it may be, we don't feel able to go with this idea is that we have to focus on the smaller households, 1, 2, 3, rather than 3-bedroom plus size households, for the simple reason that the latter account for only 8% of those on the housing register. So just logically, we have to make our decisions based on what is going to be in the best interests for those slightly smaller households of 1, 2 and 3. I would also want to reassure the Chamber that if the aim is to help families who are suffering the effects of universal credit, we have other ways to help in terms of advice and indeed substantive help, including discretionary housing benefits for those tenants who may be affected by the bedroom tax. Lastly, and very quickly, I wanted to quickly respond to the idea of setting aside an increased amount of money to ensure passive house construction. I just want to reassure the opposition and all public visitors to the Chamber that we are absolutely 100% committed to eco-friendly, low emission, zero emissions housing, and the investment in the new development officer will be key in researching the best way to make those design adjustments without having to compromise the actual number of council houses that we build.
Councillor Johnson? You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. Now, Councillor McGurty said these were bold policy proposals. To me, these were like concocted in 5 minutes on the back of a fag packet, hence the Section 151 Officer's Report. It is not fit for purpose, and it's not fit for purpose because it's, as I mentioned, hopping on the bandwagon. They know exactly what decent home standard means, and they know exactly what the categorisation of what decent homes is. For instance, there's 4 key components. 1, Category 1 hazards, safety hazards. 2, good state of repair. 3, modern fittings. And 4, thermal comfort. Now, the majority of the homes cited within the 2 sets of figures that has been cited in this debate relate to the condition and age of components within dwellings, as opposed to safety hazards or safety issues. For example, a house would be classed as non-decent if they reached a point whereby it was due to have a new kitchen, sink or a new bath. For instance, even if they were in perceived good condition, they would still be fit to live in. And with respect to, as I mentioned earlier in my speech, with respect to what is known as Category 1 hazards, these relate mainly to communal areas rather than individual dwellings themselves. For example, stairs and level services. We do have a large programme of works to be carried out in communal areas, which will pick up much of the those identified in the past year as requiring attention. And we also have a large programme of work scheduled for this financial year to pick up outstanding items in individual properties. Last year we approved the new asset management strategy, which accounted for the fact that we are not as constrained as we previously were in recent years in making investment decisions. For example, the life cycle of windows in flats is reduced now from 40 years to 30 years. And part of the reason why the number has risen is down to the decision made several years ago to extend the life expectancy of doors, windows in flats and roofs. And we had to do this, as I said, so that the HRA could set a balanced budget and meet a number of housing priorities. Now, we know that over the coming years, there will be homes becoming non-decent every year, and we do have a plan and a comprehensive work programme. And I don't think it's wise for the opposition to kind of assert that we have no interest or we're kind of, ducking the challenge. We are committed to the challenge, and that's why we're putting in £4.7 million additional from 2021 to deal with the backlog that I just mentioned. And the fact that there was an increase in the percentage of homes deemed as non-decent at the end of March last year is not as a result of poor organisation, but it's because we have more up-to-date data as the condition of our properties through investment made in appointing more surveyors. We're responding to the simple fact that our stock is getting older. And as mentioned, we had to have revised our investment programme with respect to specific components due to needing to balance our budget. And as colleagues mentioned, we do go above and beyond the decent home standard in some cases, like with our £5 million estate improvement programme and the £2.5 million energy efficiency pilot programme, which was mentioned that will concentrate initially on improving our most inefficient stock. As has been mentioned in the debate, we'll be moving to a new asset system this year, which will integrate with our repair system to improve our reporting and allocation of works, and will also allow tenants to more easily request a repair and track the status of the repair raised. Now, there are very severe consequences of proceeding with this knee-jerk amendment. If passed, this will mean the possibility that we cannot service the borrowing in the longer term if we require funds to build new council homes, which is a priority for us. It will really mean failing our tenants, as we'll be unable to deliver the additional work instantly. Contractors are at capacity, and we do not have enough surveyors to work up an additional programme without recruitment and procurement of contracts, thus slowing things down. And it will also mean difficulty in delivering on tenants' priorities and our response to the climate emergency through the energy efficiency programme I just mentioned. So in short, it is not in tenants' interest to approve this amendment and vote it down.
Thank you very much. I will now go to the vote. Please, can I see those in favour of the amendment?
So that's 12.
And those against?
So that's 20.
Okay. Please, can I see those in favour of the recommendation?
So that's 20.
And those against? Those abstaining? No? Yep. No? Okay. Okay, we now turn to agenda item 5B on page 117 to 152 of the 25th of February agenda pack, and pages 143 to 178 of the 13th of February agenda pack. Recommendations of the finance and resources concerning the capital strategy. Does Councillor Robinson wish to introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, I do.
You have 5 minutes, sir.
Now, this is the 6th year that this Labour administration has been running the City Council since being elected to do so in 2014. Over those years, we've built up the Council's investment in assets, especially property assets. And in that time, we've been developing strategy for capital investment. It is now presented to you in a standalone document. Last year, it was part of the budget document itself. Now, despite the huge scale of government grants cuts, we are determined to maintain and develop the services we provide for our residents, especially those who are less well off. Making ever better use of our assets and adding to them to enhance income is vital to enable us to do that. It was very important to develop this strategy in order to manage the scale of investment we are already undertaking. Now, our budget proposals include a capital budget for the next 5 years of £121 million. As well as that, we have the programme of building over 900 homes in our joint venture with Hill, a capital investment of some £230 million. And we are also in the early stages of developing the northeast area of Cambridge with Anglian Water. The Council has a 20% share of that development, and we intend to make sure we end up with a good number of homes and commercial properties in the Council's ownership in that area. So our capital strategy sets out how the Council intends to make further spending and investment decisions in the long term. It provides a framework to ensure that stewardship, value for money, prudence, sustainability and affordability are all correctly taken into account in all financial decisions. The strategy specifically focuses on 3 key areas. Firstly, on maintaining our significant operational asset base. which includes council houses, community centres, car parks and vehicles. And all these need to be maintained, replaced or upgraded. The second focus is on commercialisation of investment. Councils across the UK have moved in recent years to become more financially self-sufficient. And we too have focused on making interest-bearing loans to joint ventures that we have engaged in and to companies owned by the council, as well as purchasing further properties as investments using the expertise of our property services team. The council has a long history of owning and managing property, and we are developing this further with our capable team of property managers and surveyors. Many other councils do not have this sort of experience to call on, but we've invested in developing our team. And the final focus is on funding that expenditure, and that will be through use of reserves, capital receipts from sales, through borrowing and through treasury management. Among the key considerations outlined in the capital strategy are the type of assets we will seek to invest in. Firstly, we will develop commercial land and property we already own. Some of these development projects will also include building homes, which may or may not be sold to partly fund the programme. We will also be seeking to fill gaps in the availability of commercial property in Cambridge, gaps which may be hindering the growth of businesses in our city. Secondly, we will consider investing in further residential properties for our subsidiary, Cambridge City Housing Company, to let at sub-market rates for people unable to buy or afford private rents in Cambridge, but who are unlikely also to be offered housing by the council. Thirdly, we will explore further options for investing in renewable energy schemes, adding to the extensive work we've already carried out, and making a significant contribution to moving the city towards the net zero carbon target. And we will develop Park Street Car Park as a smaller and underground car park with the apart hotel above. I'd like to thank our Head of Finance, Caroline Reber, for the extensive work she's put into developing this capital strategy to match our ambitions. It sets out the framework for us to continue to invest sensibly and prudently in the future, to try and protect the council services which so many residents rely on, and to ensure that Cambridge is truly one city, fair for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gill, did you want to speak now? And you have 5 minutes. Okay?
I won't need it at this juncture. Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have reviewed this report in some detail in the committee. I believe that the areas of debate on that will probably be covered in other areas of this agenda. So to save repetition, we will discuss at that point, but we'll be abstaining accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any debate? Councillor Ashton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say it's very welcoming that South Cambs, which I think is Lib Dem controlled, have followed our method of investing in commercial property. They voted for £340 million to go into commercial property, following our example, which our executive council has highlighted, they need to have a wide portfolio and go into what they called prime commercial real estate. Now, was that something at Haverhill we went into, which we were put down by the opposition? And they said we shouldn't be doing that. And yet in South Cambs, they're spending 10 times the amount on prime commercial real estate. So I hope we don't hear any more talk about what we're investing in commercial property, because in South Cambs, they've followed our example, and I'm pleased to say they've seen the light.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, Councillor Vick.
Councillor Ashton lengthens this meeting by these absurdities that he of course it is. So there's nothing wrong with investing in commercial property if it lines up with the objectives of our council.
Correct.
What South Cambs have done is invest in property in their council area, in the science park. I'm sure that's what Councillor Ashton is referring to. What you did was invest in some B&Q industry park in Haverhill, which is, to my knowledge a little bit outside our area and nothing to do with improving the economy or the environment or any other value to do with this city.
That's all the names I've got. Nobody else? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we'll now go to the vote. Oh, sorry, Richard. Councillor Robinson, did you want a right reply? No. Okay. I'll now go to the vote. Please, can I see those in favour of the recommendation?
Okay, that's 20.
And those against? No. Okay. Okay, we now turn to agenda item 5C on pages 153 to 178 of the 25th of February agenda pack and pages 179 to 204 of the 13th of February agenda pack. Recommendations of the Executive Councillor for Finance and Resources concerning the annual Treasury Management Strategy Statement. Does Councillor Robinson wish to introduce this item?
No, thanks. We dealt with it quite adequately at S&R, thanks.
Okay. And no, you're okay? Okay, is there any debate? No? Okay. Sorry, I will now go to the vote. Please can I see those in favour of the recommendations?
That's 21.
And those against?
That's none.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, so agenda item 6A. The budget recommendation of the executives for adoption starting on page 179 of the 25th of February agenda pack or 205 of the 13th of February agenda pack. Please note the update on the land charges fees on pages 11 of the information pack, plus an update of the County Council precept, which is in the budget setting report on Appendix A and B, and has been circulated to members in the chamber. The rules of the debate are included in the information pack on page 8 and 9. I will now ask the executive to present this budget recommendation. You have 45 minutes. No. So who? Okay. You have 45 minutes. If you want to make it shorter, it's up to you.
Thank you. Right, well, again, I'm going to thank our Head of Finance, Caroline Reber, and her team in pulling together this budget with its many pages of figures and information. A very large document, but one which will enable us to provide the resources required to deliver the services our community needs and tackle the 4 priority issues we have identified. Now, those are anti-poverty and equality measures, action on climate change, biodiversity and the environment. Thirdly, investing in housing and cutting homelessness. And fourthly, addressing community safety. So those are the focus of our work, as well as initiating a programme to further increase council efficiency and investment to make the most of the council's assets and ability to protect future services in a decade that will be full of challenges as well as opportunities. Now, my colleagues, the Executive Councils, will provide information on their portfolio's contributions to these priorities. Within my portfolio, the anti-poverty work includes the Council Tax Reduction Scheme. And of course, I'm very pleased to confirm that we will be maintaining this scheme on a 100% basis for those on the lowest incomes and to fund both extra staff and voluntary agencies to help residents maximise income from housing and council tax benefits. We will also ensure that the full council tax reduction is available to those leaving care. Now, with the newly elected government, we have to assume that local government, particularly district councils, will continue to be starved of resources for the next few years, as their government's announcements so far do not indicate any change in this approach. Even if the end of the austerity is claimed, the reality is the government is unlikely to restore the huge reduction in funding from national taxation that councils have endured. Though this is not, however, a time to make sudden cuts to services and abandon our work. Instead, it is a time to redouble our efforts, to respond to needs, and to find ways to provide the resources to pay for this. So in funding the 2020-2021 budget and planning ahead, we will be identifying savings, enhanced income, and ways of working more efficiently. And these will form a fundamental part of our budgetary planning. And further measures will be developed in 2020. And these measures include ensuring that income is maximised, increasing fees and charges where feasible, and applying new charges where appropriate, identifying many small savings and efficiencies across the council, establishing and funding an expanded council transformation team to take on the more fundamental service reviews, to change work practices, develop new technology to allow for smart working by our staff, and improve efficient working, including how the council works and communicates with residents and other service users. The annual government grant to the City Council has dropped from over 5 million in 2013 to nil in 2019. In addition, National New Homes bonus funding, having itself also been over £5 million for several years, is also projected to be cut to nil by 2023. The combination of these cuts adds up to pressure on the Council's budgets in the next few years and demonstrates the government's intention that councils should be funded primarily locally through the council tax and business rates. Now, these are both regressive forms of taxation applied uniformly, regardless of income or impact. And the change highlights the importance of the council's strategies of, firstly, supporting those in most need, secondly, running the council as efficiently as possible, thirdly, establishing ways of increasing our income, which makes us less reliant in future on government funding. So investment for the future is very much part of our budget strategy. On council investments, we will be further expanding our efforts. Since being elected to take over running the council, we have invested over £50 million of funding with significant yield. This money has previously been languishing in bank accounts, earning very little. Much of it has been used to buy commercial property and add to our long-term income from rents, as well as enabling creative housing and wider development. We plan to further develop this investment in various ways, not only for income, but also to help the economy of Cambridge and to invest where we can to cut emissions and tackle climate change. This programme includes a £30 million of expenditure developing existing commercial properties in the city to provide new or upgraded business premises, together with some 65 new homes. Planned capital investment in the Park Street car park and hotel. Our Cambridge Investment Partnership joint venture with Hill, with its programme of building over 900 houses, will be supplemented into the future. Of those 900, 500 will add to the stock of council homes for letting to those in priority need, with the others being sold. Our Cambridge City Housing Company already lets some 23 homes at intermediate rents, around 15% below market rent levels. And we rent them to people who cannot afford to buy or pay market rents, yet do not have priority for council homes. We plan to explore how we can best provide more intermediate rent homes in and near Cambridge. We have invested £1.4 million over several years in improving the thermal efficiency of council buildings and installing solar panels. We are now allocating a further £150,000 for this work. And we have big ambitions for other projects and investment partnerships in Cambridge, including the partnership with Anglian Water and others, developing exciting plans for over 5,000 homes and extra jobs in a new North East Cambridge community. We pay tribute to our excellent staff team and valued partners whose work is making such a difference to the city we're so proud of and to its future. In conclusion, despite austerity imposed by the government, which it must be assumed is set to continue with more funding cuts to District Council, this budget demonstrates our determination to continue the Council's challenging task of maintaining the key services we provide for the whole Cambridge community, and our 4 priority areas to protect those who need help the most and tackle climate change and the need to increase our city's biodiversity. And we'll do that by applying sound and prudent financial management, planning for increased efficiency, and minimising cuts to services so far as we are able, by building more affordable housing and investing for income. We will continue our work to deliver a fairer and more equal city, one Cambridge fair for all, into the decade ahead, with many challenges, but for a growing city with great opportunities. I commend this budget to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. I was trying to...
Thank you.
Sorry,
Madam
Councillor
Mayor.
Moore.
In this Labour budget for climate change, environmental services and the city centre, we're focusing our efforts and resources on wider engagement and partnership working to combat the climate crisis, and we have a broad range of bids to improve air quality, particularly through increasing the availability of electric vehicle charge points in the city and working to decarbonise our own fleet. We have drastically reduced the purchase of new vehicles this year whilst we carry out our fleet review, so the budget for renewals is lower than usual. However, for those vehicles which must be replaced this year, we have added an extra £100,000 in order to be able to purchase electric where possible, although this is not always possible depending on the vehicle that's needed. We also have a bid for a new electric bin lorry for next year for the additional vehicle and crew needed due to growth. And the shared waste service, we hope, will be taking delivery of its first electric compaction bin lorry in the next few months, which is very exciting. However, of course, Cambridge City Council has had electric bin lorries in the past when dustmen emptied bins by hand onto the back of electric carts, so it's not completely new. This will not only help us to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels and to reduce air pollution in the city, but by electrifying our waste fleet slowly like this, it will enable us to establish a connection to a local solar farm so that in time all of our bin lorries will be powered by local renewable energy. In the coming year, we will be increasing the number of electric vehicle charge points in our multi-storey car parks to encourage drivers to switch to electric cars, and we will also be applying to the Office for Low Emission Vehicles for funding towards installing EV chargers in our on-street car parks. This will have the dual purpose of being available for users of our car parks in the day, and they will then be available for nearby residents to use overnight. Since we're installing these chargers on our own land, we're therefore more in control of the project and can ensure that it takes place. Since declaring a climate emergency at the same meeting last February, we've been continuing our work to reduce the Council's own carbon emissions and have been working hard to increase our efforts to reduce the emissions of the city as a whole. The Cambridge Climate Charter will be launched this spring, and following on from some very useful meetings with Extinction Rebellion last summer, I have to say with a completely different group of people than were here last time, we're planning some public consultations, including workshops and people's assemblies. Sadly, they've changed their requests since last summer. These will increase education and dialogue around the climate crisis, which was one of the requests that came out of the Oxford Citizens' Assembly. And by linking these with the Charter, we hope that residents, organisations and businesses in Cambridge will sign up and commit to making regular changes which will put us firmly on the route to net zero. We also commit to being an active member of the Cambridgeshire Climate Commission, which we hope will create an action plan for the whole of the county to reach net zero. And we have a bid in this budget to enable us to act swiftly on any findings or recommendations to come out of it. We're boosting our Climate Change Fund, as Councillor Robertson has said, to continue our work on reducing our own emissions. And to help us in this, we're creating a new post for a corporate energy manager. This new energy manager will work with our Climate Change Officer to oversee the Council's own decarbonisation, support our finance team with work on green investments, and will free up our Climate Change Officer to work on our engagement programme and wider work towards Cambridge becoming a carbon neutral city. We also have 2 bids related to installing a changing places or space to change toilet at Quayside, one for the installation and one for ongoing costs. This will be a positive addition to our range of public toilet provision and was agreed around the consultation with the closure of Park Street car park. Thank you.
I want to talk about what we're doing in planning policy and open spaces as we continue the process of transforming the planning service and responding to the climate and biodiversity emergencies that we acknowledged last year here in this chamber. We have a lot to work with. Open Spaces looks after more than 800 hectares and 33,000 trees. When it comes to the planning service, as well as planning applications, we develop guidance that will improve sustainability and provide advice on conservation, urban design, drainage, ecology, trees, general guidance before applications are submitted for both planning and building regulations, on demolitions, dangerous structures and enforcements, as well as working with the fire and rescue services. The teams that look after open spaces and the members of the planning department do amazing work, and I'd like to acknowledge it. Without our officers, we would not have secured the £350,000 from EU to plant more trees and find evidence of the benefits that we will be able to share with others. Without our officers, Cambridge would not win architectural, construction or structural awards or gardening, landscaping and sustainability awards. Our building control service is now one of the best in the country, going from strength to strength after what some will remember was quite a difficult transition to a shared service, something very similar to what our planning service is now going through. And this budget includes an investment in training so that this team can make full use of the new technologies that will support them and our city as we work towards net zero carbon. We want to make a difference, so in the year ahead, we're putting £25,000 towards our biodiversity strategy. We continue to work on hedgehog awareness and other initiatives, and we have started an exciting new campaign on pollinator awareness. We have built a bee hotel on Christ Pieces last week, and we will be putting bee banks across the city. We are funding the automation of Bishop Mills Sluice Gate, a new fish pass at Jesus Green, and an assessment of the state of our chalk streams with other organisations. A new access to Logan's Meadow will be funded as a prelude to doubling the size of that important local nature reserve. Our ongoing Flower Meadows programme will be funded for at least the next 5 years, building on the huge achievement of going herbicide-free. As part of our tree strategy, we have made a commitment not to reduce the number of our trees, so whenever one is lost, it will be replaced. Over the next 2 years, we also have funding for tree pits so that we can plant in difficult locations and alongside our roads. We are committing funds for our play areas in the north of our city. We monitor all our play areas, small and large, and we have a programme of replacing missing and damaged equipment and upgrades. But this funding will allow us to put major improvements and landscaping at Nuns Way and the Pulley, both in King's Hedges. It's been suggested that our planning service seeks to reduce transparency. This is absolutely not the case. We are looking for new ways to reach all our residents in the city, and now with the shared service throughout South Cambridgeshire. This service is working with 2 local authorities, 2 political parties, and it has been a challenge. But the current consultation for the next local plan is setting us new standards of communication and reaching out. So it's only right that we are funding work to make access to planning application easier and better by working with third parties who utilise open data systems. We will benefit, our residents will benefit, and our officers will benefit. I commend this budget to you.
It gives me great pleasure to present the budget for my portfolio. I'll be covering, sorry, I'm just going to, it's a bit more helpful. I'll be covering both communities and bereavement services and the work around equality and anti-poverty across the council. And I want to start by paying huge tribute to the countless fantastic officers who work so hard right across this brief. Thanks to them all, it's a pleasure to work with them. The community's portfolio is made up almost entirely of non-statutory services. And that means in many councils up and down the country, decisions have been made to attack provision massively. And we only need to look at the Tory County Council here to see that. But here we are not doing that. We are continuing to fund a network of community centres, especially in areas of greatest need, to provide subsidised and free sporting activities, and to work with children and young people to provide a range of free activities. We provide much-loved free city events such as Bonfire Night, Midsummer Fair and the Big Weekend. We offer a rich cultural programme through Cambridge Live. And we work with amazing partner organisations across our community, assisting them both with grants and other support. We continue to commit to supporting events which raise awareness of different groups in our city, as those who attended the excellent reproduction exhibition here recently can testify. We are proud to house and support Syrian refugees, to support LGBT+ History Month, Black History Month and Holocaust Memorial Day. This year we are giving extra resource to a Gypsy Roma Traveller Heritage Project and to a series of projects following up the Vote 100 celebrations. We intend this to include a celebration at the Guildhall and a walking trail around the city. So many women need more of a voice, but maybe particularly some of the women who did so much in our city to shape this modern Cambridge. We have started to redress the balance with blue plaques for Clara Rackham, Millicent Garrett-Fawcett and Leah Manning through the wonderful work of Cambridge Past, Present and Future, and thanks to them. This project is our contribution to helping that develop further. And this is especially pertinent in the centenary of Cambridge's first women magistrates. Since Labour came to power, we have made our anti-poverty work one of our clear priorities. We are proud to be a Living Wage Award winner as a city and to be continuing the fight for fair pay. We have invested hugely in our anti-poverty work with hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of grants through our communities and homelessness grants. We are continuing to fund a financial inclusion officer, provide free sanitary products in our community centres and to build hundreds of new council homes. We are funding organisations supporting families and children, such as the King's Hedges Family Support Group, Romsey Mill, the Meadows Children and Family Wing and the Red Hem Project. We make sure that in an era of swinging government cuts, it is those most in need that get the priority help. That's why our bereavement services team, who have already got rid of child funeral fees, are now developing a model for low-cost funerals. That's why we are currently updating our anti-poverty strategy. It's why we have put in a contingency fund to make sure that if there is an urgent need through the year, we have money in place to draw on that immediately. And it's why we're working with our partners in the Cambridge Food Poverty Alliance to fund a new food distribution hub. And if I had to name the thing I was most proud of in this budget, I think it would be that. As is often said in this chamber, warm words are easy. We are putting our money where our mouth is. We know that a food distribution hub could well be the missing piece in the jigsaw for tackling food poverty in this city, and we are working hard with our partners to ensure it happens. This is a budget that prioritises those who need us most, that supports our communities and that celebrates diversity. And I hope that every single person in this room will feel able to support it tonight. Thank you.
This is my first budget speech, and I want to start by saying how proud I am of all of our teams in all the areas of my portfolio of community safety and transport. In community safety, our antisocial behaviour team has been working hard with residents and our partners to make sure that antisocial behaviour is dealt with as soon as possible, and that includes reports of racial harassment, which we do not and will not tolerate in this city. We are working hard to target hardened areas through the results of the environmental impact assessments, to stop antisocial behaviour in problem areas where we can, and work with partners if changes need to be done under their jurisdiction. The work of our housing team has crossed over into the community safety team with the Domestic Abuse Housing Alliance accreditation that we've recently received. This work has been across the City Council's departments and services, looking at how we can improve services for those affected by domestic violence. We have been highlighted as having good practice, and we're highlighted on the actual Domestic Abuse Housing Alliance website. And I'm so proud of the team that's worked to achieve this, and proud of our housing executive who has pushed this issue forward. This links in with our work on domestic abuse, including the annual conference, which we're already planning for this year, the work with our Domestic Violence Forum, which meant that the forum members held a business domestic violence conference last year, which had an incredible reach of thousands of staff members. And this year we'll be looking to go further than that even still, with more great work in this area going on. Our team also leads for the city the work of the coordination of resettlement of refugees in the city via the Syrian Vulnerable Persons Relocation Scheme. I will also have to add that we were speaking closely with the police and our partners in relation to the weaker demonstrations from Extinction Rebellion, and I think we should all thank our officers who worked so hard at the first attempt of this meeting, and those indeed who had to stay the night. We work very closely with all our partners across issues such as county lines drug dealing, which is our high concern in this city, as we are the 4th city of high concern within the UK. This does have an impact on child exploitation, and that is why we are funding a youth liaison officer to work together with all of our partners to help pull together the different work that's going on with a focus on serious and violent crime. County lines, as we know, has led to an increase in knife crime and knife carrying, and the model and issues surrounding this changes often. This role will work with the professionals such as the police and the county council to look at the potential area where the work is actually needed. We also have the transformation topic within our community safety partnership of safeguarding people against violence and exploitation, and work on this is ongoing with our project bid going into the OPCC on this subject. We have made changes to our walking and cycling officer and grants by having an active travel officer that will link up with other active travel officers around the county. This post will mean that we can bid for more funding from other areas to be able to hold more events each year for active travel, more walking events, more cycling events, and so much more. And we will work with our existing partnerships to be able to do more than we ever have. And this will link into the community development and active lifestyle promotion. Our parking services must balance a variety of conflicting issues. The service has a key objective of providing high quality services that offer value for money and provide a surplus to the general fund. But it almost certainly needs to contribute to keep helping to improve air quality and reducing congestion. The service is leading the project to increase the current provision of EV charging. This will see EV charging posts firstly across the parking portfolio and thereafter across the wider council estate, potentially to our commercial and housing stock. The service particularly sees itself encouraging visitors, residents, tourist commuters and business people to use other modes of transport to access the city, the park and ride, the guided bus, train and car clubs and cycling. However, the greater success of modal change, the greater the impact of the ability to generate expected revenue budgets. There is so much more that I can say, but time is limited, but I would like to thank all their officers for all their hard work and support for this past year.
It's me again, showing my face. Sorry, Councillor McGurty. We are proposing to include in this budget resource towards the potential creation of a selective licensing scheme. There are good grounds for doing so and for pursuing the principle of one, as many local authorities have done throughout the UK. The reason why the resource is allocated in this budget prior to the results of the feasibility study, which we need to do to ascertain the grounds by which we can develop a scheme in line with existing legislation, is because we want to crack on with it and set it up as soon as realistically possible. Currently, we would assume that we would engage with the sector for several months with a view to setting up a scheme in the third quarter of this calendar year. It is our belief that such a scheme, if it were to be rolled out in Cambridge, will follow the approach taken currently by the Environmental Health Division in administering the HMO licensing scheme. It should therefore be easy to administer, with costs met through the licensing fee payable by landlords. There are currently at least 12,000 privately rented properties in Cambridge, more than a quarter of the total number of dwellings in the city. It is our belief that, if the feasibility study confirms it, this city should now follow the lead of many other local authorities in ensuring that all tenants in the private rental sector can be assured they have access to a good quality, responsive and professional service from their landlords. That is our core principle guiding this proposal. In the first instance, we would aim to cover up to 20% of the total of the private rental sector in the city. This is the maximum that we can cover without needing permission from the Secretary of State. Where exactly the scheme would cover will be determined following the feasibility study and consultation with landlords and stakeholders, and I have no wish to preempt what it will show. There are benefits, however. It is true that in terms of concentration, there's a larger than average number of rental properties in Romsey and Petersfield. There are benefits to local communities from a selective licensing scheme. It can reduce environmental costs and the cost of crime, such as street cleaning and fly tipping, and enable easier involvement of landlords within the council's own community planning and housing strategies. Furthermore, a scheme can assist with protecting members of the community deemed to be vulnerable from accessing accommodation that is poorly managed and maintained. Landlords benefit as well. I've attended many meetings of the council's landlord liaison forum, and one of the constant complaints from those gatherings is the anger and is the concerns from is the issues raised by responsible landlords towards a very small minority who undermine their reputation and that of landlords in general. A selective licensing scheme which encourages the consistent application of standards, creating a level playing field, can weed out that small minority. Good for tenants, good for landlords, good for the city. I ask the council to support the principle of this proposal within the budget.
Okay, Councillor Herbert, you've got 17 minutes left, okay? And can I just say... Can I just say before you start that to all the councillors and officers, there is drinks at the back of the room if you want any juice or anything. Sorry, Councillor Herbert.
So I think you've had eloquent speeches, Mayor, from each of the portfolio holders, 6 in total. And that evidences the energy that we've got in leading the city. If you look at the initiatives that we're taking, tackling poverty, on climate change and biodiversity, on housing and homelessness, and on community safety, and you pair that with the introduction that Richard Robertson also referenced of major investment in this city. If you look at sites from the air, like Cromwell Road, where we're building council housing, but we're also investing in our city, a scheme that Councillor Cantrell said wouldn't work and opposed. If you look at the wider plans for Cambridge North East, which is only possible because this council, as part of the combined authority, has unlocked funding that was never possible under the previous administration. If you look at the action which hasn't been referenced, but due to perhaps a lack of time, Housing First. The opportunities that we've got working with Alia at Christ Redeemer Church, where they've staked out where the modules are going to be built and put up. Those modules are being put together in Waterbeach by a social enterprise. They're going to be installed by a social enterprise. And along with the support that is worked with all of the different agencies and the county council, we're opening doors to people who are currently homeless in this city. And that will only grow with a partnership that we plan to expand this year with Hill, who we have worked well with and who have been a key partner, not just in our building of council housing, partner in our exploitation of commercial opportunities and adding value to the land that we've got, but we're now looking to them to work with us to expand Housing First. We can't, Mayor, achieve any of our objectives unless we work in strong partnerships. And there is thread in each of the portfolios that you've talked about that we work in a partnership with people across the city. So on anti-poverty, there's a new group called Cambridge 2030 who are bringing together more resources. On homelessness, a group, It Takes a City, we're working with them because they've got ambitions to do even more on housing first. On community safety, we work well with the police. We respect the leadership of the police. They had a difficult job last week, and I think they carried it out well. And they are partners, as are many community organisations. We can only protect young people in this city if we have the kind of project that's in front of us on supporting young people and assisting and protecting young people because of the risks from drug crime. So we do not aim to say that this council is achieving things. We're at the heart of our community. We're at the heart of each of the wards around the city. And it is clear in the measures on biodiversity, on a whole range of initiatives that we've got, that we're providing that leadership, but working with people, their community, their needs, and protecting those who need us the most. I'll save most of my comments for on the opposition amendment for later, but I'll just make one there. I've looked through all of the amendments that are coming forward, and more than half of them are already covered in our budget proposals or in existing delivery. And we'll come back to that. But in not coming forward with anything new on climate change, in not coming forward really with anything new on a whole range of the Council's agenda, we can only take it as an endorsement that what is being put forward today will get their support in the vote later. Thank you.
Okay, please turn to page 325 to 352 of your 25th of February agenda pack and pages on 351, 378 of the 13th of February agenda pack and pages 15 and 18 of the information pack. Agenda item 6B, Liberal Democrat Group amendment to executive budget recommendations. I now call upon the Liberal Democrat Group to present its alternative budget. You have 45 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Maybe Councillor Herbert regards our amendment as so much of an endorsement that we can waste less time with him disagreeing with it. I've got great pleasure in moving this amendment, and in our opinion, the budget does need amending, and we can make it a better budget. There is little doubt that the budget for words and press releases is another bumper year. But the budget for delivery and consistency is again, to us, woefully lacking. The officers undertake a careful risk analysis each year to tell us how much we should hold back in our reserves as a precaution for something going wrong. They tell us that this should be at least 5.5 million, but ideally, the target, 6.5 million. So what does the Labour administration decide in the budget that's in front of us? 16 million, nearly 10 million more. And to make it look only that small, they've randomly allocated a further 5 million to completely unspecified, and I quote, illustrative use of balances for investment purposes. Unspecified, illustrative. Making the amount of money that is being left unused over £20 million, 15 million more than the assessed need to keep in our reserves. And it's all there on page 268 of today's agenda. Members on this side are asking, why carry out a risk analysis to decide how much your reserves should be if you just ignore it. And not only ignore it, but to ignore it to that scale. Is it that the administration doesn't trust the officer's assessment of what we actually need in our reserves? Let's hear what they have to say later. But with respect, I think the public will be sceptical that their financial judgment is actually better than our officers. It certainly can't be because the interest the money is going to earn us, and I know this is a particular concern of Councillor Ashton, he's already moving in his seat, I can see, the interest that will be gained by this large amount of money in our reserves, because like our own savings, any such interest is going to be negligible, such that the money will probably lose its real value just by lying there against inflation, and we will actually have less money by the time something is done about spending it. So could it be that the actual need for investment in the city has suddenly dried up? There's a lot of talk about it. Our residents tell us they don't think so, and we don't either. We still think that housing remains a huge strategic challenge for Cambridge. Anything this council can do, it should, to develop new models of tenure which achieve real affordability for key groups who are still left out. That is why we're arguing for an investment of £12 million to acquire properties, some to be let at living rents to key workers related to their household income, and others to increase the supply of shared properties, serving as stepping stones to enable individuals suddenly finding themselves homeless for circumstantial reasons to avoid taking to the streets. What better for an investment by this council? Our money can be put to work to meet an important social objective, and it can also achieve a financial return, which would be modest, yes, but actually it's still greater than the financial return of leaving the money passive in the council's reserve, as it currently looks set to be. We will listen carefully to members opposite when they respond, but it very much looks to us like the sound of Councillor Robertson's speech that they've simply run out of puff. Elsewhere in our amendment, we are calling out cutbacks by stealth that are tucked into this Labour budget. We want to see reversed the controversial cutbacks passed last year in the planning service, which reduced transparency in the way the planning applications are determined. Letting neighbours know of applications in their area is a prerequisite to them being able to make representations. Enabling contested applications to be determined in the open by elected councillors in committee is vital for justice to be seen to be done. The provision that Councillor Thornborough has referred to in the BSR, as far as I can see, touches on this in no way at all. The administration feels so shy about the changes in planning that nothing actually has been done to implement them yet. But we want to see the pressure taken off and the saving removed, and the proposal for change should be defined if there is one, scrutinised and subjected to consultation before any saving is brought back into any future budget of this council. We also want to see the established flow of income from fixed penalty notices imposed by environmental enforcement officers to be used to re-inject some of the funds that the administration took out of streets and open spaces 2 years ago and used for much needed increased service levels. And we want to see cuts to cycling and walking grants restored. These cuts are completely inconsistent with the goals of this council for active transport. The argument in support of the cutback is deceptive. If no one knows about grant funding opportunities, it's no surprise no one's going to apply. And if you cut them and invite bids to another fund for them, you are in effect cutting back that fund instead. Our amendment also invites members opposite to find a way out of their terrible mistake with the King's Parade barrier. this was a badly botched job, as was heard in the first part of our meeting. And the whole of Cambridge would cheer if you agreed to step back and start right now to identify a properly customised design, proportionate to the threat, safe for cyclists, operable for essential services and access, and visually suited to an iconic part of Cambridge. And such things are clearly possible. You only have to look at the designs and the furniture that is possible if you bother to look. And that could have been found in the past year. We are bringing the council back to the question of air pollution, which is a real concern for residents. Like members opposite, we are keenly pushing inside the Greater Cambridge Partnership for long-term change in the transport regime in the city, which would reduce traffic and accelerate conversion to electric power for the vehicles we know we still need. But I'm afraid these are longer-term measures, and there is a struggle before the County Council agrees to look at evidence and listen to the voice of Greater Cambridge. So we need ways now we can act to raise people's awareness and promote behaviour change through preventing engine idling, which is a practical behavioural issue which has nothing for anyone and detracts a good deal from our environment. We are improving two proposals already in the budget setting report. Firstly, to build in the alarming rise in knife crime to the remit for a youth liaison officer, on which best practice indicates a community prevention, a public health response is most likely to be most effective. And secondly, to increase transparency and evidence-based purpose for the money set aside to address disadvantage in the city by naming what the obvious target should be based on the statistics, lone parents. We propose two innovative low-cost schemes which reinforce objectives we strongly advocate for this council on beekeeping. And incidentally, Councillor Thornborough, the example in Christ Pieces is an environmental improvement project which I sponsored, not something that comes out of your budget, just for the record. On beekeeping, it's a vital contribution to biodiversity, and for Happy to Chat benches for their contribution to combating the modern social affliction of loneliness. If members opposite were keen to work together in experimenting in these small but positive ways, it would send out a powerful signal. And finally, we're proposing a series of capital schemes whose time we feel should now come. Public loos on Chesterton Rec, on which members opposite may feel a need to restore their public loo credentials, tired play equipment on the Scotland Road Rec, the oft-promised but never achieved water fountains all over the city, the succession tree planting on Parker's Piece envisaged in its conservation plan, which would add mature trees and provide eventual continuity for the beautiful but ageing lines of limes and plains there without impending the sport and recreation in the valuable open space. So there's lots here, Madam Mayor, to challenge and assist the Council with objectives that it either holds or really should hold. Supporting this Liberal Democrat amendment would improve the Council's budget. It would put in full harness the resources at the Council's disposal and deploy them in support of residents of the city. Getting round to some capital schemes whose time has come, responding to wide and deep concerns about air quality, reflecting evidence about knife crime in community safety and lone parents in anti-poverty measures to properly target council interventions, attractive inexpensive initiatives to reinforce biodiversity and alleviate loneliness, starting work right away to replace the terrible King's Parade barrier, reversal of some stealth cutbacks that are in the pipeline, and making a significant investment in housing to assist locked-out groups in this very expensive city. Madam Mayor, my colleagues will now take up this baton and develop those proposals further.
Thank you, Councillor Bick. So I would like to start on a positive note by reflecting on the success of last year's budget amendment. I would particularly like to thank the Executive Councillor for my portfolio for their Damascene conversion to the merits of weekly food waste collection. Having been told at last year's budget meeting that this was environmentally unsound and not worthy of resource, I am extremely pleased to see that we've since commenced the trial in King's Hedges. Unfortunately, not all of our ideas have been taken up in such a way. Chief amongst these missed opportunities is our plan to do everything possible to improve air quality within Cambridge. In terms of public health threats, air pollution ranks alongside smoking, obesity and alcohol as one of our national priorities. From reports brought to the Environment and Community Scrutiny Committee within the last year, we know that within our region alone, polluted air is responsible for 106 deaths per year. That's 106 deaths per year. With well-established links to cancer, type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular disease, air pollution cannot be ignored. Our residents expect us to take every possible measure to combat this unavoidable threat to their health and their children's health. As such, we are giving this chamber another opportunity to support our plan to devote extra financial and staffing resource to this challenge, working particularly on tackling the practice of engine idling. Idling, or running the engine of a vehicle for longer than a minute, is already illegal, and local authorities have the ability to enforce fines for the practice. This has been widely adopted across the UK. In fact, I've found it actually more difficult to find local authorities that have not taken action on this point than those who have. I was disappointed initially when this amendment was not accepted in February of 2019. But this disappointment was only magnified in March of last year when Public Health England released their report on interventions to improve air quality. This report, commissioned by the Department for Health and Social Care, was focused on reviewing the evidence for local actions which could be taken on air quality. It notes that engine idling was considered as very important by the stakeholders they consulted, including the experts on this topic. This was in terms of both producing behavioural change and reducing vehicle emissions. It recommended particularly that local authorities could focus on anti-idling campaigns outside schools and other areas with vulnerable populations. And overall, this official report stated that anti-idling campaigns are feasible, effective, and able to improve health outcomes within the time frame of months. But it is not just Public Health England that have taken this view. The National Institute for Clinical Excellence, or NICE, who also addressed air pollution in their report in 2017, and noted in their recommendations the need to consider tackling engine idling, again focusing on areas with vulnerable populations. Like much of public policy, it is difficult to run randomised controlled trials to assess the impact of our interventions. However, the reason these serious governmental bodies have taken this viewpoint is that there is evidence behind it. We have, for example, a 2013 study from the US in the journal Environmental Science, which tracked the average difference between particulate matter levels at schools before and after anti-idling campaigns, showing statistically significant reductions in these pollutants. From closer to home, we have the 2016 report from the Environmental Research Group at King's College London. In March of that year, a major anti-idling campaign was conducted on 2 consecutive weeks at locations across London. Air quality monitoring was undertaken to assess the impact of the action, and the analysis investigated the frequency and magnitude of black carbon peaks, comparing non-action days to action days. Whilst the results do, of course, indicate that anti-idling action is more effective at some locations than others, at suitable locations, their study found a 20 to 30% reduction in peak concentrations on their action days. I believe, therefore, that our budget amendment is not only well-intentioned, but well-evidenced. Furthermore, the nature of air pollution in cities is complex, and we would therefore diversify our approach to air quality monitoring by using some of our existing monitors on a mobile basis to highlight these areas in times of poor air quality so they can be targeted for action. This would complement our statutory fixed air quality monitors and would have an educational component, again aiming to modify wider behaviour. Now, As Councillor Bick has alluded to, I'm not going to pretend that these actions on their own are going to solve all of our air problems. Clearly, we also need to significantly change the way we manage traffic and congestion within the city and support the move to electric vehicles, including, notably, with the City Council's own fleet. Nonetheless, we should be taking these actions because, as NICE themselves say in this report, multiple interventions, each producing a small benefit, are likely to act cumulatively to produce significant change, which is, I guess, the business of a city council summed up in a sentence. We need to act now so that we can look our residents in the eye and tell them we'll do everything we can. On a related note, the most polluted street within the city lies within Market Ward. In fact, it lies adjacent to Parker's Piece, which brings me to our amendment focusing on succession tree planting in that area. This is a simple commitment of funding towards a project which would ensure that we plan now for the Cambridge of centuries to come. The trees which line Parker's Piece are in some places already close to death, and we therefore need to ensure their replacements are there before they fail, rather than reacting to that inevitability when it arrives. This need has been identified in conservation reports commissioned by the Council and would not compromise the use of the piece for sports and recreation, with which it clearly has historic associations as well as current usage. Included in this item would be funding for the landscape design and community consultation on how best to plant in extra trees where appropriate, as a very small part of our response to the climate and biodiversity crisis. I will now hand over to Councillor McGurty, who will take us through a range of fresh ideas to further improve our city.
Thank you, Councillor Martineau. The climate emergency and the biodiversity crisis, excessive groundwater extraction, loss of green space, tree canopy loss, pollution, congestion, and the stresses of an increasingly urban lifestyle. Cambridge faces many challenges in the coming years, where the Open Spaces team may be called upon to play a part in its mitigation, despite the needs of a growing city. This is my second year as opposition spokes for Open Spaces, and I don't think I need to tell this chamber, but naturally, Madam Mayor, I'm going to, that the Open Spaces team are some of the most dedicated servants in this city. I'd like to pay tribute to every one of them, from needle collection, broken glass and various fly-tip messes to the community volunteering and care of our multiple Green Flag award-winning parks and open spaces, and innovative schemes like the planting of wildflower meadows. My congratulations and thanks to them all for another fantastic year. But there are many policy choices to be made which impact how they are able to deploy their resources. And it's fair, Madam Mayor, that I highlight how a Liberal Democrat administration would empower our staff to do even more. Firstly, as I've said before, I would not have cut £140,000 from the Streets and Open Spaces budget last year, and so a Liberal Democrat budget would not be starting from where this amendment picks up. Still, this is where we are, and our amendment demonstrates that we can do a better job of deploying our workforce. For instance, to clear more leaves from pavements and more sympathetically in our parks and open spaces to protect insects and promote biodiversity. Programming the improved annual work patterns via the Alloy computer system and funding the additional staff hours by using income from fixed penalty notices for its intended purpose, improving our city. The way this income has been redirected in the Labour budget, it seems we are now asking people to continue fly tipping at the current rate for at least the next 5 years, so that we can fund the everyday work of the council with the proceeds of the fines we issue. I don't think that's the right priority, and this bid offers an alternative. Our proposal to create the role of civic beekeeper is the ideal budget amendment. I hope you'll all enthusiastically vote for it in a few moments because it is innovative, it supports and enhances the administration's existing biodiversity strategy, and it's really cheap. I'm a big fan of the council's wildflower meadows. In fact, I've identified a site and arranged for an extra one in Queen Edith's. I congratulate the Executive Councillor for championing the scheme, and I look forward to a good display this year. But they are only one part of the biodiversity equation. Pollinating insects, especially bees, need our help if we are serious about addressing the biodiversity crisis which we unanimously declared last year. We've already lost 13 species of bee from the UK since 1900, and dozens more are at risk. The council has many good potential sites for rooftop urban beekeeping. The Guildhall, Kelsey Carriage Sports Centre, Mandela House, the Clay Farm Centre perhaps. This is something that has already been done at Glasgow City Council, and the rooftop beehives at Fortnum & Mason's store in London are world famous. We need to do more, and I hope you'll all support this exciting idea. I've asked this administration to provide water fountains on numerous occasions in this chamber and in committee, so that while people are enjoying our parks, they can refill and reuse their water bottle and avoid high sugar drinks in single-use plastic bottles. Successive executive councillors have been at pains to tell me how they are already doing it. And yet, here we are again, Madam Mayor. So far, we've seen one solitary water fountain installed on Parker's Piece in 2 years of me asking. Perhaps in her annual rebuff of this simple, effective suggestion, the Executive Council would like to tell us when and where the next one is being planned. Alternatively, vote for this amendment and we can rapidly provide 10 new water fountains across the city. Chesterton Recreation Ground and the nearby Scotland Road Playground are badly in need of some love from this council. I acknowledge the planned pavilion on the Rec, but the public toilets are in dreadful condition. The only economically sensible course of action is to demolish and rebuild to a modern and accessible standard, incorporating environmental enhancements such as grey water use and solar PV. Likewise, Scotland Road Playground should be a little oasis for children and young people in the area, but it's currently unappealing and unexciting. Some new play equipment would help get kids outside again, provide young parents with an appealing place to meet, chat, or quietly unwind while their children play, and provide a community that feels forgotten with an opportunity to tell the council what they want to see in their green space. Moving on to cycling, Madam Mayor, our amendment reverses the Labour cuts to the walking and cycling grants budget. I am dumbfounded that council leaders in our world-famous cycling city would cut funding from walking and cycling projects. I've voiced my concerns on several occasions. As a member of the Walking and Cycling Steering Group, I'm only too aware that Labour has failed to promote the existence of this ring-fenced grant funding because the committee has never even met in the 2 years that I've been a member of it. We simply get an email once or twice a year when a proactive group, such as CamCycle, who know how these things work, makes a grant application. Not once has the committee chair asked for our input on how we could improve it or distribute the available funding for the betterment of walking and cycling in Cambridge. Not once. Next year, cycling groups will be competing for less money in a far wider pool of grant types. And Labour has the temerity to claim that reducing congestion and toxic air pollution is some sort of priority. I wonder, Madam Mayor, how many more members opposite will need to declare an interest today as members of CamCycle before voting to cut funding for cyclists? I've not tried to reinvent the wheel with these proposals, nor should you take it as a criticism of everything the council is doing. Far from it. It's my intention to enhance and improve our services through sensible and relatively inexpensive, I apologise, Madam Mayor, suggestions. Apologies to the opposition spokes on finance. The suggestions are inexpensive and they are deliverable in the coming year, and they are not disruptive to the administration's planned programme. I urge you to accept the whole Liberal Democrat budget. I'll just pause for effect. Is he done? But if you are unable to do so, consider voting for one or more individual measure to enhance our city and show a willingness to accept good ideas wherever they are found. I now hand over to Councillor Payne, who will introduce the budgets for the communities portfolio.
Thank you, Councillor Gertie. I don't know if the members of the Communities Committee experience this, but when I talk to people outside of the council about the excellent work the Communities portfolio does, I'm often met with comments along the lines of, oh, that sounds very nice, and oh, isn't that lovely? And they're nice, they're right, it is incredibly nice, and it is incredibly lovely to see that good work happening. But I think there can often be a perception by those outside of the portfolio that the work done within communities is somehow slightly fluffier and kind of soft around the edges, and therefore doesn't need the same rigorous, evidence-based, targeted approach that we might fit with other, perhaps more serious-sounding portfolios. And actually, I disagree with this, and I think in terms of tackling inequality and creating a community across our city, there should be no other area where we should apply more of a rigorous, evidence-based focus. What our amendment in terms of the communities aspect seeks to do is not actually to replace the ruling group's proposals, as I think many there are incredibly worthy, but instead often to supplement or extend the proposed budget to ensure that actually it is tackling head-on some of the issues in our city which we have evidence are getting worse. Our amendment seeks firstly to direct the anti-poverty responsive budget towards a specific objective, which is for projects which support lone parents who are in or at risk of falling into poverty. We've proposed this actually in response to the City Council's own mapping poverty reports, which highlighted that the number of lone parents who receive benefits has increased by 4% over the last 5 years. That's actually at odds with the pattern for benefits claimants across the city in other demographics where there has been an overall decrease, but this group does stand out. This is a well-documented statistic nationally as well, that single parents are the group most at risk of poverty, and the Joseph Rowntree Foundation has carried out extensive research into this, as have other national charities such as the Gingerbread Group. The Executive Council for Communities will remember that we recently approved a number of grants made through the Community Grant Scheme in January, all of which do offer fantastic opportunities for different groups in our city. But while some did aim to support families, not a single one actually referred to the need of lone parents. What has emerged here, through no one's fault, is a big gap in our provision, and I don't say that as a criticism, but given this very clear need which has arisen over the last few years, and which is widely documented by external agencies as well, it seems sensible to me that the Council turns its focus to meeting that end. The extension of the youth liaison officer role to allow a deeper focus on tackling knife crime is another example of an item in the BSR which could be highly effective if developed further. There's been a huge surge in knife crime in Cambridge, with offences increasing by 114% over the last 5 years. This is closely linked to the County Lines movement, as Councillor Massey mentioned earlier. Some people carry knives because they're feeling vulnerable, they're concerned for their safety. For others, it's about furthering their different objectives. I actually work at a school in South Cambs where we're facing very similar issues to in the city. And so having worked on this from a professional perspective as well, with the police and other agencies, the reason for this amendment is that what is bearing fruit actually is relationships with individual communities, and those relationships are key to helping people find the pathways out of the county line circles. There's an incredibly vicious cycle where people fall victim to county lines due to the fact that they're vulnerable and due to the fact often they're living in poverty, but then become trapped in an incredibly dangerous world where they feel even more vulnerable and therefore resort to other crimes and also carrying weapons. And that cycle has to be cracked, and that takes time. It requires solid relationships with our different communities, and it takes repeated, consistent messages from all agencies. I think this role deserves a chance of making a difference, and that's why we've proposed extending the role by a year to allow that, and making the focus on knife crime more explicit within its scope. And the final moment I'll speak about is, I believe, the smallest budget bid. I slightly beat Councillor McGurty's wonderful beehive idea, which is to produce the Happy to Chat bench signs for councillors to then distribute within their wards. The Happy to Chat bench idea began in Cardiff a couple of years ago, when a lady called Alison Owen-Jones noticed a gentleman sitting alone in a busy park for 40 minutes, and no one came to speak to him. She made a sign that said, "Sit here if you're happy to have someone come to talk to you," popped it on the bench, and the next day, lo and behold, he was sitting with someone having a conversation with him. Loneliness and isolation, especially amongst the elderly, is another well-evidenced issue in society. The LGA often bombard us in our monthly magazines with evidence that actually the most profound work to tackle this is within our communities and is at neighbourhood level. And the Happy to Chat bench idea are a great example of this. These signs are currently being made and promoted by local charities around the country, but surely Cambridge City Council has a role to play in promoting and coordinating that initiative. When Alison Owen-Jones launched the approach in Cardiff, she noted it also made people much more confident in approaching people who were sitting on a Happy to Chat bench, and I think that is a key factor here. Cambridge actually is a compassionate city. We have a strong sense of community. We have residents groups who work tirelessly to support the needs of their residents. And actually, they do want to support one another. But it's hard to do that if you don't know who is lonely and who is going to welcome your approach, or who is going to wish actually that you'd leave them alone. What the sign on the bench does is a very easy gesture, but means that people can see how to support those around them. Through the council, there is an opportunity to coordinate this scheme and to help communities start to have a conversation about how they can look out for one another and how to work with their councillors to start making those first steps to take a bit more care of one another. It's a very small amount of money and a very simple scheme, but one that has proven to have an impact across the country. And I feel that Cambridge should surely be stepping up to the plate and taking that same local community-based action to support those who feel isolated. I do hope the ruling group will accept the community aspects of our amendment for what they are, which is not a criticism of the proposed BSR, but an attempt to enhance and improve the good work that's already being done, and to take an evidence-based, rigorous approach to supporting our communities. With that said, I'll hand over to our opposition spokes for Strategy and Resources.
How much time?
13 minutes.
13. All right, thank you.
13?
13.
Yeah.
they do like to talk. So, as discussed by my colleagues, in detail and with passion, in order to make our city a fairer and a greener one, we are bringing forward amendments that will improve outcomes and impact across the council. We do this whilst challenges faced by local government. We continue to face intolerable uncertainty regarding the settlement funding assessment and new homes bonus, which makes planning over a 5-year horizon extremely difficult. In my opinion, this reflects an abject failure by a narcissistic national government which shows no appreciation for the importance of councils across the country. For this reason, our amendment has worked within the restrictions advised by officers and focused on costs and funding that we, as a council, can control. And we've not sought to make long-term revenue commitments which cannot be matched by new or improved revenue streams. However, as explored by Councillor Bick, this does not mean that there is not an opportunity for the council to make investments, especially ones that help us address the ongoing housing crisis in our city. That is why I would like to focus on the specific proposals we are bringing forward with an investment in housing that will increase the general fund revenue for our council, whilst also providing desperately needed affordable homes for our community. Now, the model will look very familiar and similar to proposals that we've brought forward in previous years. But the shortage of affordable homes in Cambridge remains a major problem. Homelessness remains a major problem. And therefore, we think it is long past time that the Labour group embrace these proposals. We have seen a substantial loss of social housing through the Right to Buy scheme, and for the historians on the other side of the chamber, this includes over 1,200 homes in Cambridge during the last Labour government, which was referred to by Councillor Todd Jones earlier. We have limited opportunities to build in our city, and therefore it is inevitable that we will need to buy private properties in order to achieve the affordable housing portfolio our city needs. Now, I was surprised earlier when the Executive Councillor stated in comments regarding the capital strategy that the Council would be using our housing company to provide additional affordable homes in the city, when the document itself states specifically in page 173 of tonight's pack that no further properties will be purchased until the volatility from Brexit subsides. Now, that's something that many of us don't think will happen for at least the next decade. Now, I would argue that during such uncertain times, there is a greater opportunity for purchasers and an even greater need for the most vulnerable members of our community. For this reason, and to match comments made earlier, I would recommend that Councillor Richardson supports our amendment this evening. If the Council is as confident in its ability to be a good landlord, as the leader suggested in the HRA budget debate, then they should seek to support our ambitious, robust and urgent call for action now, and not delay this proposal any further than it already has been. Now, with cross-party support, we can start to properly develop this as an additional strategy to help address the long-standing housing shortage and help prevent Cambridge from becoming an even more unequal city. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank officers from the Council, across the Council, for their support in drafting this amendment and the support on the development of the various items discussed by my colleagues. Personally, I would also like to give special thanks to the finance team for their help with dealing with my spreadsheets and for preparing the Section 25 report, which confirms that our proposals are robust. I recommend this amendment for approval by this Council, and I hope councillors will consider the urgent issues facing our city, not just partisan politics. Thank you.
Councillor Hipkin, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I believe the leading group is focusing on exactly the right issues for the city. But I have to say that I sometimes feel that they're being a little over-ambitious and a little unrealistic. If you consider the priorities which they have highlighted in their budget statement, they refer to reducing inequality and poverty in the city. The poverty in this city is the result of austerity over the last 10 years. A report published today has again demonstrated how austerity has required the poorer classes in this country to remain in poverty. If you look also at the fact that the city is the most widely socially divided of any city in the United Kingdom, the impact on that inequality by any local council will be rather small. That inequality is driven by the growth agenda, which both sides of this chamber support. We're constantly being told how marvellous a city it is because it's growing so quickly. But what is also growing is poverty. What is also growing is inequality, congestion, pollution. All of these are growing. So I wish we would stop talking about growth as if it was some inherent virtue rather than a matter of controversy. We also hear the council talking about, the leading group talking about its efforts to reduce climate change. And may I say that whatever they are doing in that direction is to be welcomed. Of course it is. But the impact that this city will have on climate change is going to be extremely small. And I think principally, one of the causes of that, of our carbon footprint, if you like, is the huge amount of traffic which comes into the city on a daily basis and which is held up by congested roads. And therefore, I mean, when you talk about idling, most idling happens in congestion. And you're not going to get people turning off their engines as they wait to get in on any one of the arterial roads into Cambridge. So what we need is a decisive plan for dealing with traffic coming into the city. Now, the Lib Dems used to believe in congestion charging. I don't hear them talking about that very much, and that's probably because they have to get on with another council, which if it consented to congestion charging, would see themselves defeated at the next election. So they, you know, out of a sense of compromise with the Liberal Democrat comrades in the South Cambs, they've scuppered that one. And now we're reduced to a major assault upon idling, engine idling. I mean, this is not going to make any appreciable impact upon pollution. As for housing affordability, yes, again, I have to say, I think that the Labour group has done a wonderful job in attracting government money, government funds, that they have got an ambitious programme of council house building, which is progressing very actively, and so it should, because frankly the funds are time limited. So they've got on with it. They're building the homes in the Cromwell area and so on, in the Cromwell Road area and elsewhere in the city and along Mill Road. These developments we have to be sure that in the rush to get them built, that they're also well designed. But let's not escape the fact that this council has attracted relatively large sums of money, government funding, to embark upon a housing programme which is one of the most ambitious in the country. And I congratulate them. I do wish that this artificial feuding between the two sides of this chamber would stop. I can't tell you how boring it is if you're not on one gang or the other. If the Liberal Democrats really believe that if ever they gain power in this city again, they will do fundamentally different things from the present administration, it's just crazy. They will find themselves up against exactly the same issues, exactly the same limitations on action that this poor group is suffering. So please, let us talk together in a collaborative spirit, because everyone in this chamber wants the welfare of the city as its first priority.
Okay, everybody, we're going to end up having a 10-minute break because there's nobody in there, is there? Yeah, so we can have a break. Give me a chance to bathroom.
So 8:20.
8:20 back here sharp, okay. Okay, thank you for that, everyone. We will now debate the Liberal Democrat Group's alternative budget as an amendment, which is deemed to have been moved and seconded. All votes will be recorded. Executive councillors and spokes or nominated sub can have up to 5 minutes, other members up to 3 minutes. Councillor Robertson has a right to reply up to 5 minutes at the end. Is there a debate? Okay. Right. Okay, so it's Councillor Matthews. Yeah, and then Councillor Somerville.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think in the spirit of something slightly more collaborative, like we just heard, I think Councillor Payne gave a fantastic introduction to the Happy to Chat benches. But I really wanted to pick up more on the mental health aspect as a whole. I mean, it's a topic that's so often talked about.
Councillor Matthews, sorry, are you speaking as a spokes?
No. No, as a just general debate.
Okay, just for the timing.
That's okay. Thank you. Right. Okay, rehashing that to pick up on the mental health aspect. It's a topic we so often talk about locally and nationally that we should treat it in the same light as physical health. But when it comes to acting, there's normally little or none. Happy to Chat is a simple way not only to install something low cost that's proven to be impactful, but to also send out a wider message about our views on tackling mental health and loneliness as a council. Loneliness in particular poses unique challenges in somewhere like Cambridge. So in Newnham, so many of us are so lucky, but many residents I speak with, the elderly especially, face isolation. They stay clear of the city centre, not just due to poor public transport, but also due to its busyness and the poor quality of roads. Something I think we can all be better at championing with the County Council. Tourism numbers, poor quality of pavements, roads, cycling infrastructure, hammers home loneliness for many. These benches clearly won't tackle these issues, but they would be a step towards a renewed commitment to do everything we can and to show that we take mental health as seriously as I know we all do. And that goes for the young and the old. The original example in Cardiff has also led to partnerships that include volunteering opportunities related to the benches and social media campaigns, something else we can definitely get behind if we're going to spark a wider conversation, not just about mental health, but improving city access for those who, because of poor transport and infrastructure, face greater loneliness and isolation. At the least, I know everyone here will support the benches in principle, and I hope you support them as part of the amendment. They'll cost so little, could do so much on their own, but also lead to so much. We have to be a leader in mental health as the council. This amendment, and this project specifically, can be a start. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Somerville?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The current group's approach to many issues can be epitomised by one phrase in their current plans. We will continue to monitor air quality. Is merely watching a problem get worse good enough? Even the executive councillor herself admitted that they are replacing council vehicles slowly. Her words, not mine, leaving particulate belching diesels on our roads and next to our schools longer than they need to be there. Are we going to wait until we end up in a situation like we see in parts of London, where the air quality is so bad it does damage equivalent to a year's schooling in terms of its effect on children? This amended budget actually plans to do something about it, beginning with a public education campaign to change culture and change behaviour around engine idling. And before Councillor Hipkin rushes to dismiss the issue, I warmly invite him to come and spend some time in Newtown during the school run. He may well change his mind. Public education campaigns are simple but effective. You try getting in somebody else's car these days and not putting your seatbelt on. Clunk clip every trip. These things work, and we can do so quickly, cost effectively, and it is our youngest and our most vulnerable who are going to reap the benefit.
Yeah.
Councillor Tunnicliffe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to take up the question of toilets. It seems to me that the ruling group has a bit of a problem. Last time we met, it was Park Street, and we were told that there was no way you could keep Park Street toilets open, which I think is a big mistake. But then we also have Chesterton Recreation Ground. Last year at the festival, it was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting and spoilt the day for many of the people who were there. I visited the toilets just recently and nothing has changed. It's very smelly, it's very unpleasant, and I think we should tackle toilets as one of the most basic requirements of a good council. It's like waste, the things that people really expect to be tip-top, and the Chesterton Rec deserves better. Thank you.
Councillor Smith.
Okay, thank you for your forbearance there. I want to speak to item B0021 on pre-allocating the anti-poverty contingency fund. And I'm doing so, I hope, in recognising the spirit that Councillor Payne has assured me in SNR, in which it was submitted and in which it's submitted this evening, that it arises out of a genuine desire to support people in this city and not in any attempt at grandstanding. And it's great to hear tonight that she shares my passion for this portfolio. And I completely respect the desire behind the proposal to want to be part of our anti-poverty work. Now, as this chamber will know, I look at each case in the amendments on its individual merits. I talk to officers, and I think really carefully about my recommendations. Some may even recall that a couple of years ago, I recommended the council supporting one of the opposition amendments. I am not into oppositional approaches for the sake of it. I hope Councillor Hipkin will be pleased to hear that. The issues at stake here are the well-being of our residents, and that needs to move well beyond partisan scraps. So I've therefore thought carefully about the merits and practicality of this suggestion that we should in effect scrap the contingency fund and allocate it in advance to a specific project. And there are several reasons why we as a group do not feel we can support that particular proposal. Now, firstly, the funding for this requires allocating the contingency fund in advance of the budget year. But this budget is for the urgent and the unexpected anti-poverty issues which may arise over the course of that year. As a group, we do not feel that effectively scrapping this is the appropriate thing to do. The contingency allows us to move swiftly in response to issues which come up, issues which we don't know about yet. We do not feel that we want to assign this away in advance. Secondly, the data drawn on for this proposal is from the 2016-2017 work around the current anti-poverty strategy, a strategy which is now in its very last few months of operation. Officers are right now carrying on detailed research for that next strategy. And that research will help us assess where we're going next. So I'm wary about earmarking funds at this stage when we are waiting to hear back from the findings of that research, which will be up to date. The time to decide whether extra resources needed and where extra resources needed is when we've seen that new research, which will help us all in this chamber to understand what our priorities now need to be, where we are best placed to offer that support ourselves, and where we can help partners in giving that support. Now, is that to say we do not want to support projects helping families, whether they include 1, 2, 3 or more parents, or indeed none? And of course not. Of course we want to support those projects. Much of the work we do and fund directly and indirectly supports families in need, as well as many others in the city in poverty. Projects we currently support include work at the Meadows Children and Family Wing, Red Hen, Home Start, the King's Hedges Family Support Group, and the work with young parents at Romsey Mill. The new anti-poverty strategy will come to committee in July. I hope that every member of that committee will feel not only able to support it, but will feel that they have the chance to contribute to the discussion. Saying no to this bid in this form, at this stage, is not to say no to debate, discussion and ideas as we shape that strategy. And neither, and I want to emphasise this, neither does it in any way diminish our commitment to challenging poverty and to supporting the most vulnerable in our city. That's why we introduced the anti-poverty strategy in the first place, and that is why we will continue to champion the poorest and the most vulnerable in our city, including in our anti-poverty work.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's in response to Councillor Martinelli's eloquent talk on engine idling and what can we do. He quoted a lot of figures about he's looked through all the councils that are doing it and what's going on. So I just had a quick look. In a bid to combat air pollution, councils have had the power to fine drivers for leaving their engines idling since 2002. Now remember, we've been in power, I think, for 6 years, my executive council said. So that's 12 years the Lib Dems were in power when they had these powers to do engine idling. So for 12 years, they had the power to do engine idling, but did nothing about it. But despite these measures being introduced nearly 2 decades ago, only 10 councils have handed out fines to 59 drivers across England and Wales. So the question is, it's not straightforward, as Councillor Martinelli says, and we need to make sure we're doing things that we can enforce and we can make sure as the right necessary action. And I'd like to thank Councillor Smart, who last year, ahead of the government, pointed out the problem with log burners. And the government seemed to have taken urgent action on Councillor Smart's actions on log burners, because they're now saying all the wood has to be changed. So I'm hoping that our opposition councillors in their debates will mention the problem with log burners, because the pollutants they give out have been identified as the biggest problems with chronic lung disease. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to speak specifically about the proposed projects supporting lone parents. I'm speaking here for myself and on behalf of more than one comrade on this side of the chamber as a lone parent who's experienced significant poverty, both while on benefits and in low-paid work. I'm not convinced of the value of a project that actually specifically targets lone parents as a group. I certainly wouldn't want to see a scheme, and I don't think anyone here would, that has the potential to stigmatise a specific group of residents. We need projects that tackle a range of experiences of poverty. Of course, what the report that Councillor Payne refers to doesn't measure is in-work poverty, which we all know is on the rise. For example, the Institute for Fiscal Studies found that in 2017-18, working households represented 58% of households below the official poverty line. We have a robust, comprehensive anti-poverty strategy, one that we should be very proud of, that successfully supports a wide range of groups, including lone parents on benefits, and two-parent working families, and every family form in between. And that is where we should be targeting our resources. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The proposal to invest £11.9 million to buy up 35 properties on the open market is to me a case of deja vu, as the Lib Dems have pretty much admitted, as it's more or less the same proposal as last year. These plans have not addressed our concerns, which we put on the record in 2019, and as a consequence we can't support them still, I'm sorry. The available evidence tells us that Cambridge has a higher than average shortage of jobs filled from low-wage professions like cleaners and domestic and care workers, important occupations which are vital in keeping the economic engine of our city going. These low-income workers are not usually included in the definition of who is a key worker. Whilst this city continues to experience a severe crisis with regard to affordable housing, I do not presently agree with the idea that we ourselves as a council should discriminate on grounds of occupation. Indeed, the low-income workers whose wages are in the lowest quartile may also include public servants like teaching assistants, clerical staff and so on, who would likely want to seek affordable housing provided at LHA rates, or housing within the private rental sector at a level below a third of one's monthly income, the living rent quantum specified in the Lib Dem bid. Furthermore, as has been pointed out in the Section 25 report, the income generated through the proposed rent structure will be hard to predict, and therefore there is uncertainty as to the extent to day-to-day and routine maintenance of these properties can be assured. Before my remarks are inevitably misconstrued, we are committed to the intermediate sector. We have said many times, and Councillor Robertson has signalled again this evening, that when the conditions are right, we will invest in property through the Cambridge City housing to add to the properties we already have. There may be opportunities for our new build council schemes to purchase several properties for intermediate rent, but this is to be determined. And we note with interest other developers' products in the market to help people part own a home for those who want to get onto the housing ladder. However, and we just disagree with Councillor Dale on this, there remains uncertainty in the property market, and this may have an impact on the investment proposed if, as pundits predict, interest rates rise in the short to medium term. As alluded to, our primary focus will continue to be building new, decent, good quality and low carbon council homes for council rent. Our ambitions in this area are well known. Turning now to the second element of the bid, for 5 3-bed homes for shared occupation by single homeless people with low needs. We agree that there must be a range of different types of accommodation available for those who are homeless, hostel, shared, housing first. We are committed to all of these options as homelessness is complex, and we must cater to a range of different needs and requirements, and the Council is already doing a lot in this area of providing support to this specific cohort of single homeless people. At present, Town Hall Lettings manage 10 properties in the private rental sector, which houses 33 single individuals. Indeed, we want to expand the number of properties available under the Town Hall Lettings umbrella, and so have recently launched a campaign to bring in additional landlords. And I'm pleased to note that the Council has just successfully bid for funding from government to put rocket boosters under this work, and I'm confident we can expand the number of properties made available. In addition, there are also plans to acquire 5 low-demand city homes 3-bed properties, which could potentially house between 10 and 15 single homeless people with low needs. So I see no need for us to duplicate effort in this area at the current time, bearing in mind work already being done and is planned to be done. This, combined with the concerns raised by the Director of Finance about viability and the rate of return in her Section 25 report, means that we'll just be not voting for this proposal this year.
Thank you very much. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be talking on the 2 issues that are in my portfolio, the Youth Liaison Officer, the bid for the 3rd year funding, plus the adding the remit for knife crime and then the Active Travel Officer. I'm pleased, Madam Mayor, the opposition agrees with the post of the Youth Liaison Officer. The Youth Liaison Officer will be working with all partners to pull together the work in the area of youth violent and serious crime, which of course covers knife crime already, and that does include the County Lines activity. The liaison officer will be working within the City Council's remit in this area. The reason why we only have 2 years currently in the bid is because this is a pilot project, and if in 3 years it is evident that we need to continue, then we indeed shall. However, it could be well that things have changed and that we need to look in a different area to work best with our partners. The 2-year bid leaves room for evaluation and adaptation in the forthcoming year should we need it. Youth crime, especially county lines, is a huge concern with us, and tackling knife crime is a problem that the police are facing as it's their job to do that bit. We're here to be able to support our partners to be able to work with these families to move these young people away from that travel. We are working with partners to work out what can be done to prevent the children getting involved in these type of activities. We're already working alongside the police with Transforming Lives project in King's Hedges, which is doing exactly that. So it's something that we're already doing, and so I'm really pleased to hear that everyone else is supporting us. The Active Travel Officer will be looking at working with partners to achieve further funding bids to give us more money, I'll say that again, more money, to encouraging people to use walking and cycling and other active travel modes of transport. This could be, for example, working with the police to hand out bike lights or handing out high-vis seat covers, and it could also be looking at what other events to promote active travel. We have 1 walking event in this city a year, bridge the gap, and that's not enough, clearly. And not everyone can cycle, and not everyone has got access to a cycle. So encouraging walking, or indeed jogging, as I'm doing lately, around the city would be a great thing. In regards to the walking and cycling funding, previously bids did not go through the standard scrutiny of all of our other funding bids, which is just not fair or just. There are no other funding requests that do not go through the standard scrutiny. We are looking to channel We're looking to channel funding bids through one door, and those that have applied for our walking and cycling grants will be managed the same as all of the other bids. They will not be disadvantaged, and indeed they'll be working with experienced officers who will be on hand to help them along the way. And as we've heard at so many other committees, these officers can even recommend other places to go for extra funding, should it be applicable, to gain even more cycling and walking improvements than they have ever achieved before. Thank you.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you. So there are a number of amendments in my budget, in my portfolio. So idling. There's no evidence that anti-idling campaigns make a real difference, and the NICE guidelines that you mentioned say that anti-idling campaigns could help to reduce air pollution. However, what they do recommend as a real effective way to combat air pollution is to introduce a clean air zone or and other measures to cut congestion. So that is why we will continue the work that we're doing and focus our resources, including officer time, on achieving a clean air zone in the city. Unfortunately, as you know, it's not something that we can introduce ourselves, otherwise we would do so. It's something that we need to work on with our partners, the County Council. As has been said, if you want an anti-idling campaign, then you need enforcement. So this budget bid would not cover the enforcement of the campaign. However, as has been said, where councils have put resources into that, the outcomes have been minimal. One of the issues is that the legislation says, although it's illegal to idle, if you see someone idling, you can only enforce it if you ask them to stop idling and then they don't stop. Whereas obviously that is not useful. So air quality and mobile monitoring. So last year we bought some mobile air monitoring equipment from the grant that we received to monitor the impact of the bridge closure on air quality on Mill Road and the surrounding streets. So in fact, we're still using them for that project. We've had to put them elsewhere in the city just to check that the measurements are correct. But we've already got plans to redeploy these in 2 projects with the County Council and are currently working on plans for a 3rd project. So we already have new mobile air quality monitoring equipment. We're using it and we don't currently have a need for more. On leaf clearance, you mentioned stealth cutbacks. This isn't a stealth cutback. This is times of austerity. Since the coalition government and for 10 years, councils around the country have had budgets cut, so we need to be careful with our funding. And what we're doing is we're using funds for our enforcement and FPNs and using that towards street cleaning. We don't have many complaints about leaf clearance, so we don't feel that extra is needed in this area. Due to the nature of nature, and leaves fall sporadically and unevenly, obviously they don't even fall throughout the year. So what we do receive are service requests, and we deal with these promptly and efficiently, and we are confident that this service is going to improve in the coming year with the rollout of Yotta and the improved online reporting. Chesterton toilets. Oh, sorry, did that hurt your ears? So we are going to carry out a review of all of our public toilet provision this year. So it would be irresponsible to jump the gun or shoot the fox. And plan to rebuild 1 set of toilets before we've received the results of the review. particularly as the toilets at Chesterton Rec have some of the lowest usage of all public toilets in the city. The bid for this mentions and has been mentioned by the Ward Councillor, Chesterton Festival. So unfortunately last year the organisers of the festival completely misjudged the number of visitors expected. And so the number of toilets was inadequate for the number of visitors. Therefore, in future, the organisers will need to arrange for extra portaloos so that this will not be an issue again. You criticised the slow electrification of the fleet. I would say, well, number one, you don't have anything in your bid to electrify it any sooner. But number two, I wouldn't recommend that you do that, because what we're doing is where we need a new vehicle or where a vehicle is removed from the fleet for age, then we'll replace it. Obviously, in the life cycle of the vehicle, it's not very environmentally friendly to just replace vehicles that work fine. And food waste, you said I said no to it because it wasn't environmentally friendly. I said no, that your bid wasn't big enough, and also that we're not in a position to carry out wide-scale food waste collection. Because although we collect it, it's the county council that deal with the waste, and their current contract needs the food waste and the green garden waste to be collected together. But that's why we're doing this survey, to see how we can push them and work with them to enable a food waste collection.
Councillor Thornborough?
I've got a few things to say about a few bids. B0023, savings of the planning process. So you've suggested that we're trying to reduce the transparency of the planning process. This is absolutely not the case, as I've said earlier. We are realigning our process as part of the transition to become a shared planning service. In fact, it's a requirement as part of to become a shared planning service. We're working with South Cants and your fellow Lib Dem councillors. The proposed savings have commenced, but we're slower than anticipated due to some operational matters, including the new IT system. But the intention is to continue to deliver these while improving transparency and to maintain community involvement as set out in the Neighbourhood Planning Act. We have reviewed and adopted the joint statement of community involvement at the Planning and Transport Scrutiny Committee on the 25th of June, where I think you were at. But if you would like more information about how we're progressing to improve transparency and towards the shared service, perhaps you'd like to meet me and Tumi Hawkins. I'm happy to go through it in more detail with you. Public water fountains, which is B0015 and CAP0011. So in the last year, the refill points in Cambridge have increased by 30 to 120. We've got 3 more free water points on our allotments, taking to 22 allotments with free water. And all of our community centres now have water refill points in them. We are looking to do more. We are going to, but these have to be done on a feasible basis. So where we're looking at existing council-maintained buildings and where we have high footfalls, and we will be delivering more free water fountains on the outside of buildings. We don't need funding for 10 more public water fountains because we're doing more than that. Scotland Road, 0010. The council already has a programme to repair and upgrade equipment. Some pieces in this play area are damaged and have been removed, but they're due to be replaced. And the families in this area have not complained about this play area, and they're making the most of the other larger area at Green End Recreation Ground nearby. So I don't support that one. Trees on Parker's Piece. We have a tree strategy, as you know, and we are committed to replacing any tree that is lost. The common lime trees along Parkside were the first trees to be planted by the council over 150 years ago. Luckily, these trees can live up to 400 years. They are monitored very regularly and they are happy. I mean, healthy, hopefully happy as well.
Happy trees, that's nice.
So They could have, we're hoping they might have another 250 years to go, but we will keep an eye on them. And maybe we'll review that one again soon. Happy to chat benches. So I think great minds must think alike, because Councillor Davies brought this to our attention not that long ago. And we have actually started a trial on this and have placed some around in some agreed localities temporarily. And we're going to see how it goes. So if it comes out that they are beneficial, then we will actually consider permanent signs to go on them rather than replacing benches. And the signs would probably be £40 to £80 each, so wouldn't need a separate budget. But since we've started talking about this, there are issues regarding things like safeguarding, which we need to think about. And if it is to become something that's used in the city, safeguarding will have to be considered, and where they might work and how open they are, who goes past them and who uses the seats. So there is a trial and we'll see how that goes. Civic beekeeper. So our pollinator awareness campaign has started, and it considers all pollinators, including bees. At the end of last year, I was in touch with the Cambridge Beehive Beekeepers Association about the possibility of a civic beekeeper, and they do not want the association to be involved with any civic role, but suggested that an individual might be interested. So although I was enthusiastic earlier, I now feel that we should not appoint one, because we want to have the support of we don't have the support of the local association, but more importantly, there are many organisations that support pollinators, and we wish to work with them all. Not proceeding with a civic beekeeper does not exclude the possibility of beehives on the Guildhall, but we feel it should be the responsibility of a beekeeper to fund and maintain the hives. But also, we are aware that some honeybees can have a negative impact on bumblebee species, particularly when competing for a limited resource. So we feel it's actually better to put money into park enhancements to help the full suite of pollinators. But if there are areas in Queen Edith's where you would like some more pollinators to increase in your areas, please let me know and I'll walk around with you.
Councillor Porrer?
Thank you very much. I just want to talk about two areas, hopefully returning to my usual cross-party preference. First, talk about the succession tree planting on Parker's Piece. Obviously, it's great that here the limes were originally planted by us. That's fantastic. But my understanding, and certainly what the residents group has heard, is that they were reaching the end of their lives. So I wanted to talk about this because it kind of came through a non-party political, very explicitly so, residents-led initiative quite recently, and I know some colleagues may well have been invited. So someone organised something for the community to talk about what we should do with Parker's Piece to look at current biodiversity and the climate emergency. What we're asking for is basically the money to help the residents do that, to be consulted on how to do it, and to look at things like the key characteristics, the fact that it's a beautiful open space, and obviously not planting trees to necessarily change that. At the recent Open Community meeting that Councillor Martinelli and I attended, we had so many residents there. I think there were 60 or 70 people, and they weren't just from Market. There were quite a few from Petersfield, and I think further afield, who come in because everyone uses the piece. We all cross it, and it was truly cross-party and a cross-boundary meeting, actually. So I think the other issue that came up is, as I think colleagues have alluded to, the road at the top of Parker's Piece is so polluted, and we would hope that one of the things that this person could look at when we're looking at how better to improve Parker's Piece is biodiversity. What can we plant and where to improve that, to mean that the people playing on the piece aren't affected by that really polluted road at the top that runs obviously between the boundary of Market and Petersfield. I do appreciate that this is a party political forum, but I do think this isn't something to divide on party lines over. It's a climate emergency. We know we need tree cover. We don't want to lose the valuable large trees. And we want a consultant to make sure we're doing it right and that they are in place in time, because they will need time to grow and be nurtured. So I'd ask us not to play politics with what was genuinely a community initiative so not based in any of our parties and across wards. So, and this piece is used by so many residents of all political colours and none. Secondly, I'm actually changing my speech slightly because I really do respect the views of Councillor Smith and Councillor Collis to talk about the anti-poverty response and the lone parent. So actually, I've discussed it with Councillor Payne, and we take on board completely what you're saying, that obviously you're going to review this in July. But what we would like to ask is that until we have new evidence that lone parents aren't suffering adversely with issues around poverty, that we still focus this budget for the meantime on that. Because otherwise, it seems that we're not focusing it, we're not targeting it on the people that, from the most recent evidence we have, are affected by that. So I hope that shows that we are genuinely listening and we do understand your point. But as it stands, we don't really want to wait 6 months for another evidence gathering thing. We'd rather focus it now. And that doesn't obviously obviate the need to change it if another emergency comes up. But we'd like you to consider that. Thank you. That's all right. Sure. I tripped over.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to pipe up because King's Parade barrier keeps getting mentioned, keeps getting raised, and it has been again the third item in the opposition amendment. It was always our plan to review and fine-tune the arrangements, and last week we again confirmed as much with a unanimous vote. What goes through my mind every time I walk or cycle through the barrier is not something to do with what is or is not an eyesore, but rather a big thank you. A big thank you to officers and to the leadership for putting safety first. And this council has to put public safety first. That means it sometimes has to come before convenience, although I myself am not at all inconvenienced by hopping off my bike at busier times to get through there. Safety has to be first. And I just feel that we all of us forgot last week to say thank you to the officers who contributed the advice, and yes to the leadership of the party on this side. And it was certainly the best solution that we had in the time. And in the wake of the horrific tragedy on London Bridge, I know a lot of the decision makers were deeply affected and deeply shaken by the tragic loss of those two young lives. I really feel grateful to officers, yes, grateful to the leadership of the council for protecting shoppers, for protecting workers going to and fro, people going about their business, students coming in and out of King's. Every time I see that barrier, I actually feel a sense of relief. And I just want to put that out there and I'd like to say a big thank you on behalf of all of us for what's been put in place there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm still recovering a little bit from what Councillor Snell just said, because the FOI that was released today showed that the council did no independent security assessment of any kind. So I'm not sure what he's talking about when he's thanking. I think we need to get rid of the eyesore, and that's what our budget amendment proposal does. There are two items that make me a little bit cross, right? So we're accustomed in this chamber that the opposite benches are always proposing the do-nothing alternative, right? But there are services that you've cut now that are directly affecting our residents. And I'm not talking about basically cancelling the cycle points. I'm not talking about not replacing all diesel vehicles that pollute our children's lungs. No, what you're not doing is installing the water fountains that you've promised since I've been a member. And I've only ever been a member when the Labour group was in power. So I'm not sure why you're not acting. Councillor Thornborough says, oh, we've maintained 22 of the fountains indoors, but we don't have these fountains in open spaces. We don't have them in Lammas Land, where you, Madam Mayor, where the Executive Councillor promised it over a year ago. These are small budget items in the broader scheme of things, but they would improve the quality of life for our residents tremendously. Right? The amount of plastic waste, of waste from bottles and cans is unbelievable in our public spaces. And rather than addressing the issue by introducing public water fountains in public places, we adopt the do-nothing alternative. This is a do-nothing council. In my view, and I think that's why the Lib Dem proposal is much better. And on the B issue, I mean, you know, seriously, you introduced the biodiversity emergency. You promised to do everything you can to enhance biodiversity. And here is a concrete proposal. It doesn't cost much, £4,000, and rather than endorsing it, you're rejecting it, and instead you're promising us bee hotels. I don't want a bee hotel. I want a beehive. Thank you very much.
That was a haircut, I thought. Councillor Chadwick?
And McGurty have already made. Item B0016 of our amendment, proposing reversing the ruling cuts group to walking and cycling grants. Councillor Moore talked about a focus on wider engagement, but how, Madam Mayor, can you say to be focusing on engagement when you're cutting grants like this? I'm also confused by this mention that actually more money is being added in. The line item in the budget setting report quite clearly states the budget will be reduced. Direct quote. And this is being explained away as a restructuring in line with demand. What we have here is a reduction in money this council is making available in grants to support walking and cycling projects. From recent door knocking, a lot of people have brought up the bad pedestrian experience they have, especially within the city centre. It is clear a lot of work needs to be done on this, and this is the kind of grant that could be used to be doing this. With the major transportation issues this city faces and the climate emergency requiring urgent action, we should be doing our utmost to promote walking and cycling. If these grants are being underutilised, the solution here is to promote them so they can be effectively used, not to cut them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smart.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to look at a couple of things, finance and key workers, mostly finance. I'm looking at the Liberal Democrat Group Amendment, Budget Setting Report. So you could say financial incompetence in the Lib Dems. The thing that got me elected in 2014, I think, was being able to say on the doorstep that the Lib Dems gambled 9 million in Icelandic banks in 2008. They lost £650,000 in the Folk Festival in 2009. And they made an accounting error which wiped 2.3 million off the Lib Dem budget in 2013, just before we got in power. I don't think you can say anything about us since we've been in power since 2014 of that order, as far as I'm aware. So, on the doorstep, the thing I chose to say was I wanted to be part of a robust administration for Cambridge, and that's what I have been, and I'm very proud of it. I think I'm particularly glad that George Owers and Richard Robertson have both led the finance budgets very well. I'm interested to see in paragraph 2 of the aforesaid report that it talks about using the council's reserves. Well, that was what George Owers did when he became the finance, executive. And, chancellor, whatever. And, you know, he found a lot of money that you were wasting, basically. £1 million, was it, a year or something that you lost in interest, I think, from memory. And I'm very confident, similarly, in Richard Robertson's competence in this area going forward. So, in that second paragraph, and thinking about what Councillor Bicker said as well, you talk about finance. I think I've covered that pretty much, haven't I? Then also getting homes for homeless people and key workers, key public service workers. Well,
I think homeless people are doing that already, actually, but I'll leave that perhaps to others to fill in the details on that, but I'm pretty sure we are. And key workers, that's an interesting one, isn't it, Councillor Bick? So it sounds nice, doesn't it, key workers, when you said it? But what is a key worker, Councillor Bick? So, you know, when you think about key workers, I think the first thing that comes to mind is nurses, isn't it, really? That's top of the list. But I was having to think after you said that, you know, police officers, teachers, maybe social workers, nurseries, community support officers, prison officers and staff, educational psychologists, local authority planners, firefighters, connection person advisors, Ministry of Defence personnel, environmental health officers, highway agency traffic officers, ambulance drivers, and perhaps many other staff in this organisation. And what about healthcare assistants, support workers, cleaners, and the rest of the low-paid staff that don't have such support at Lib Dem dinner parties? So, what do you mean, Councillor Bick, by a key worker? What do you mean?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A lot of intelligent thinking has gone behind the scenes in preparing the budget by the Labour group. However, I think there's an added bonus, and your budget will be enhanced if you support the amendments that the Lib Dems are recommending. There is one issue which is very close to my heart, and I thought it's such a simple and yet so effective, and I spoke to various people. It's the idea of the council being a beekeeper and having the bees on the public spaces. That's a very cheap, it doesn't cost much, and yet the benefit, it's enormous. I will paraphrase from Latin. Caesar's wife must be a good woman, but also must be seen to be a good woman. So if we are, as a council, friends of the environment and we want biodiversity, what a wonderful example it is for us to put bees on all our public spaces. And I urge you to support that. Okay? Thank you. Go for it. Support us. Thank you so much.
I think Councillor Thornborough has already said that anyway. Councillor Herbert? And I think that's it then.
Pardon me. Sorry, I've got a slight loss of hearing, and I've obviously got a slight loss of amplification. So I want to link up a couple of comments from the meeting that we started and then got so rudely interrupted. I slightly got lost in a phrase that you can shoot someone's fox, and it's a political phrase. And effectively, I'm going to use it in response to the Liberal Democrat debate that we've heard. We've actually heard absolutely nothing about Labour's budget. It's been a silence, apart from a brief comment, I think, in Councillor Bick's presentation. So we're going to come on to that. But I'm going to use the phrase that I started with in the first meeting, which is that you can shoot someone's fox. And the reason why we can shoot the Lib Dems fox on this, and do have a look on Google if you really want to know the detail of what shooting someone's fox is all about, is that more than half, as I mentioned to Councillor Bick before the Lib Dems started speaking, more than half of the amendments are either a rewording of what we're already doing or a claim that we're not doing something when we are. So we are investing £200,000 in additional air quality monitoring. We are redesigning a barrier for King's Parade. We don't need you to tell us to do that. We've told you, you just haven't listened. that we've started work on redesigning it. There will be a public consultation. There is enough money in this year's budget to do the design, and then we'll take it forward. And there will be a consultation before the end of this year. As Katie Thornborough said, we do care about bees, and as you pointed out, area committees have funded bee hotels, bug hotels. Everybody's getting a hotel. We are taking action about your B0020 within the remit, as has been explained by Councillor Nicky Massey. We are tackling the issue of lone parents as part of the poverty strategy, a budget line which is curious to me because it concluded with zeros all the way through. We are going to tackle in leaf clearance. I was waiting to hear the debate about enhanced leaf clearance, and I haven't really picked up any real sounds about concern about autumn. It is something this council does, and certainly in our ward we get good response. And our issue perhaps is leaves, but it's even more trees that shed crab apples and that kind of material, which really is an obstacle. So there is no loss in this city of a response in the autumn. We can, albeit that there has to be some discussion about what happens on Parker's Piece and trees, plant trees. We have funding there for 2,000 trees, 2,000 extra trees in the public realm. And we are already creating benches and have got funding, I think, as has been mentioned, to make them much more clearly places that are happy to chat. But we have already got plans for that, and area committees have already been discussing that. So that accounts, in my judgment, Mayor, for 65% of the budget amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can I just check? I've got Councillor Dial, Payne and Martinelli. Is that correct? No more? No? Okay. Councillor Dial?
I can go. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I will just probably pick up a few points that have been raised. So I think there was comments from Councillor Johnson and from Councillor Smart regarding the housing proposal. Comments that it's already being done. We have spoken to officers as well. They do provide us with detailed reports and comments, and we thank them for that. Regarding the homeless needs in this city, they are confident that the demand is more than high enough to utilise the properties that we are suggesting could make a very worthwhile investment of the funds. Also, regarding the sort of challenge around allocating houses to key workers, making those decisions, I think I fear that an aversion to making hard political decisions is basically being used to justify political paralysis on this. It is better to do something than nothing. And in introducing this scheme, we could also build knowledge and good practice for the future and do that more quickly. I did note a comment on the Chesterton toilets from Councillor Moore. Now, I actually have an email from the summer from the organisers of Chesterton Festival. And I just wanted to raise this as the exec council who's responsible, that the cleaning crew didn't appear until 11 a.m. that day. And effectively volunteers had to do quite a lot of work on it. So the way it was phrased, I'm sure it was unintentional, it sort of sounded like there'd been a misjudgment by the organisers, and actually, as a council, we hadn't provided quite the degree of support we should have. I'm sure the Mayor can probably confirm that as someone who was also at the event. So I just wanted to raise that as a correction, really, and I think it just highlights how improving those facilities could really help that community. I think we mentioned the enhanced leaf clearance. I think maybe the full purpose has been potentially missed. Enhancement is almost being sort of seen as mechanical efficiency in this regard. Bizarrely, we're actually almost trying to move back to a more expensive process, which would be more difficult, but with good reason, which is the environmental damage that you can do in what is quite important habitat. I know hedgehogs, for example, are important to people on both sides of the chamber. And actually, if you go in with heavy machinery, you can actually cause real damage. So that's actually what it is looking to achieve, and I think that is something that we should consider. Finally, one other item that's quite close to my heart, and from my friend Councillor Shield, regarding King's Parade. Now, I think, unfortunately, I'm not able to sort of just hop off my bike because I, for various reasons, need to ride a slightly more intriguing vehicle. And I think we are seeing a lot of problems caused. Now, we've obviously accepted that on both sides of the chamber, but we still haven't actually seen any budgeted money. This is a simple amendment to also really fund the consultation that will harness the knowledge and enthusiasm of our community. So I'm hoping effectively I've answered some of those comments and responded on regard to the Cheston Festival. Thank you.
Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to pick up on the comments from the other side of the chamber relating to the 3 items I spoke on earlier. So first of all, on the ring fencing of the anti-poverty responsive budget to a scheme to support lone parents, to respond to Councillors Smith and Collis, who argued that we should be keeping that fund for a separate emergency. I would argue that any cases of poverty actually are an emergency, regardless of where that comes from, and there is no reason that lone parents can't be an equal emergency to any other demographic within our city. On the point of it being a possible stigmatisation, I do see where you're coming from, Councillor Collis, but I think that is very much about how the way in which the scheme is delivered. Within the City Council, we provide a range of grants and schemes and support systems to lots of different people. And if we were to consider every one of those to be stigmatisation because they were to support a specific group, then we wouldn't be doing anything at all. I think that point can very easily be rested by delivering a scheme in a responsible and a sensible way, as is already being done in many of the cases. I think it's very clear that there is an existing issue within the city that lone parents are at greatest risk of poverty and currently in the greatest levels of poverty. That's been attested by the Council's own anti-poverty report and by numerous levels of nationwide data. And frankly, I don't see the need to wait until July for a second report to confirm what's already staring us in the face. I think the time for action is now. The City Council claims to pride itself on its anti-poverty strategy, and therefore I'd assume that surely if such a small fund becomes the only amount left in an emergency to alleviate a complete crisis, then that simply shows the fragility of the rest of the anti-poverty strategy if we're desperate to cling on to every tiny pot in case there should be an emergency a bit further down the line or even further down the line. It might even be that if there were a sudden emergency requiring this funding, that perhaps the ruling group would finally see fit to draw down on its extensive reserves to support the people facing that crisis. In terms of the knife crime and youth liaison officer, just to respond to Councillor Massey, I do disagree that it's simply the role of the police to tackle knife crime. They have different responsibilities to us, but as a City Council, I think we are uniquely placed to work within our communities and to know them incredibly well and to see where the help and support is needed. And therefore, I do think we're well placed to make a difference in this area. I am surprised the Executive Councillor is putting party politics in the way of what is essentially an endorsement of her own proposal and a wish simply to extend it so it can have a benefit for longer and thoroughly bed in before we come to review it. Just to refer quickly to the Happy to Chat benches, I'm grateful to Councillor Thornborough for her immediate acceptance of this budget item that apparently the opposite group will vote for with gusto, so thank you very much. I do take on board the safeguarding aspect, and actually that's the very reason why we propose that this scheme...
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I mean, it's ridiculous. This is the Lib Dems doing their leaflets again. We were already doing it. They're saying this so they can say they told us to do it.
Yeah.
That was a Cantrell point of order, that was, but he's not here today, so I've got to stand in for him.
And get on with it. We've stopped the clock. You can start again, Councillor Payne.
Oh, yeah. If I might just make a point, Madam Mayor, that in the previous council meeting, Councillor Power was also interrupted when she spoke. And much as I appreciate there aren't as many women on this side of the chamber as we would like, as we kept turning into MEPs, it would be appreciated if the ruling group didn't choose to interrupt every female councillor as she spoke in the chamber. Thank you.
Can
I
you
was
carry on,
responding to Ms.
please?
Just very briefly.
Thank you.
I may not continue.
Can you carry on, please?
I'd like to try, Madam Mayor, if my colleagues opposite will let me speak. To respond to Councillor Thornborough, I recognise the point that safeguarding is a key issue with the Happy to Chat benches, and that's exactly the reason for bringing this scheme through the City Council. I think it's important it's not carried out on an ad hoc basis within individual communities, but instead is coordinated. And so that's the reason for bringing it to the Council. Thank you.
Councillor Martinelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
4 minutes and 43 seconds, Madam Mayor. Councillor Herbert seeks to misrepresent our budget as somehow inconsequential, and yet his own Executive Councillor for Environmental Services, Climate Change and the City Centre spent more time attacking our budget amendment than they did presenting their own budget, which has seen the work of hours and hundreds of hours by the entire local authority. I was disappointed to see the Executive Council dismiss the evidence I presented out of hand. A cynic might suggest that was a pre-prepared remark, but I will hope to address some of the points raised in the debate and obviously supported by Public Health England. So the point, Councillor Ashton, is not that this should be about fining people. Our immediate response on this side of the chamber is not to see environmental crime as some kind of money maker to prop up basic services, but rather it's an educational initiative aiming to change behaviour. In our amendment for the first 2 years, we wouldn't even think about bringing in the enforcement angle, and it would only be in the third that we'd commit to investigating that as one possibility.
Point of information I was raising.
I'm sorry, I don't know what some of that was. We heard of a hypothetical scenario illustrating the difficulties with the engine idling enforcement approach, where Councillor Moore outlined the possibility that an officer might go and tell someone to shut off their engine, and only if they did not do so would they be fined. From my point of view, that would be a big win because they'd have turned off their engine and stopped idling, and that is rather the point. To move on to our the other point I'd mentioned about trees on Parker's Piece, the point, Councillor Thornborough, is not to replace them after they're lost. If you ask Trinity College or any of the other organisations who think in the realm of centuries, the aim is to think about that before we get there. And that's why, Councillor Herbert, your 2,000 trees blanket policy covering for the city does not cater specifically for a heritage area like Parker's Piece. It needs a specific input of localism, which is the kind of policy that the Liberal Democrats will always stand behind. Thank you.
For that, Councillor Robinson, you have 5 minutes.
Right, thank you. A lot to, I think most of the responses have been made by my colleagues, but I will just pick on a few things. The reserves, yes, our reserves are at a high level at the moment, but so is our uncertainty. Fair funding review is due later in the year, possibly in the autumn. We don't know whether what that will bring to us. It might end up with us having negative grant, i.e. having to pay grant to the government. That happens. It has happened in the past, it could happen again. The business rates retention review is also coming our way. That could bring with it quite a lot of statutory responsibilities, as well as possibly money, or maybe not money, but still responsibilities. So, although we've been uncertain in year after year, I think in many ways we've got more uncertainty about our funding position from the government than ever. So I think the position of retaining reserves for the moment is an important one to retain. Brexit, yes, well, Brexit could go on and on and on. It's certainly not going to last, not going to be solved in the rest of this calendar year. We all know what's going to happen. We're going to end up with a very poor deal, which we at least agree on that. We're going to end up with a very poor deal out of the whole mess. Kingsparade Barrier. Now, at least the Liberal Democrats now seem to be accepting that there actually is a real threat. When this first came to various committees, they were denying that there was a threat. You acclaimed us of not having done a risk assessment, but we were given advice by the experts. They are the people who did the assessment, not us. We couldn't expect to do any better assessment than provided by the security services of this country. We have followed the threat. We were advised to follow the advice that they gave us, and we have implemented and installed a barrier. It's not pretty, I agree, but it's also possibly not in the right location for a permanent barrier. These are things we need to work on to establish where the location should be for a permanent barrier, if it still is needed, and the design also needs to be worked on. We will be doing that. There is some money left from the original allocation, and we will find more money as needed. John Hipkin made some interesting comments. Two things I think he was wrong about, though. Firstly, he thought we were wrong in being over-ambitious. I don't think so. In the face of poverty in this city, it's imperative that we are ambitious to do what we can to tackle that poverty. It's really, the other one was he feels that the rivalry between our parties is artificial. Well, clearly, the longest Lib Democrats leaflets and press releases can constantly distort the facts and show misleading graphics and all sorts of things like that. We will have to be challenging them on everything they do. We got the example this evening where they're claiming, well today, that they're claiming that council houses are in poor state when the facts are not as clear as that. The fact is that many of the houses do need some work, but we've already... If you want to keep misusing the facts, then do so. We will continue voting, getting the people of this city to vote you out. And that's what will happen. So, it's a pity John's gone, actually, because I was going to recognise that this may actually be the last council meeting he attends if he doesn't stand again. Now, he's a bit of a party hopper. He's been in many of the parties. He's been in your party, he's been in our party. He's set his own independent party now. And my predecessor, George Owers, would rather regard him as a party tart, really. But over the years, he has made some excellent speeches. His eloquence is something that we all envy. I certainly do, anyway. And he will be missed if this really is. There may be another meeting prior to the elections, that's true, just to sort out the chief executive position. But subject to that, this was his last meeting, I think. So I think we'll all miss him. Anyway, back to the budget. As my colleagues have explained, the proposals in the Lib Dem amendment are either already being done, or are not needed, or are based on incorrect facts. So we will not be supporting any part of their proposals, and we will vote it all down. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now have a recorded vote on the Liberal Democrat Group's alternative budget. Recommendations on pages 3 to 8. Those in favour of the alternative budget, please show.
That's 12.
Okay, and those against?
That's 20 against.
Okay, lovely, thank you. Okay, does the Liberal Democrat Group leader request that separate votes be taken on any individual proposal within the alternative budget? I have 6 on the list. So do you want me to take each one and then vote on each single one?
Yes. You wasters.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah. So may I remind members that there is no debate during any votes taken at this stage. So the first one is on page 333, B0014, Civic Beekeeper. Those in favour, please show hands.
That's 12.
Those against?
That's 20.
Okay, lovely.
I'd out of order, Madam Mayor, the way that this lot photograph us putting our hands up, voting. I just think it's out of order, in a common sense sort of way.
Yeah.
There's a camera in the corner, Councillor, over there, let's see.
So are we not allowed to show people what the leading group thinks of these budget preparations?
Yeah, they can. Anyone can, I'm sorry.
Are they not willing to stand behind their decisions, Madam Mayor? I think it's perfectly reasonable that the public are allowed to know
Okay, can we
whether
be
you vote
quiet
for
now,
it.
please? Can we be quiet so we can get on? Okay, so the next one is page 334 and it's B0021. Oh, and it's the support of lone parents. Okay, those in favour, please show their hands.
Okay,
those against?
It's 20.
Lovely. Okay. Okay, and the next one I've got is on page 337 and it's CAP 0009 Chesterton Rec Public Toilets. Okay, those in favour, please show.
12.
Those against? Photo?
20.
Lovely. Okay, on the same page, it's 337 CAP 0010 Scotland Road play equipment. Those in favour? Oh, sorry.
12.
Those against?
20.
Okay, I think that's it, isn't it?
Two more. Two more.
Okay, so the next page is 338 CAP 0012 succession tree planting on Parker's Piece. Those in favour?
12.
Those against?
That's 20.
Voting. Okay, and on the same page.
The mayor. Does it go through the mayor?
Sorry?
Was that a personal question to me?
No.
Okay.
It's out of order. It wasn't put through the mayor.
Point of order,
Just
Chair.
can we-
Point of order, please.
Okay, pages 338 and it's CAP 0017, happy to chat benches. Those in favour, please show.
12.
Those against?
20.
Lovely. Okay, that's it. Lovely. Thank you very much, everybody. Okay, we now turn to the executive's budget recommendations.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, is it possible to say something about that?
Under what? Sorry.
I want to speak to you, Madam Mayor,
No, it's
about
now
that.
our opportunity to debate our budget.
Yes.
What's happened there is some of the people opposite are decent people, some of them claim to be cross-party, Councillor Poror, and yet they all engage in this charade of picking out one item after another so that they can see us voting and take photographs of us voting against things they know that they can then use in their leaflets, and often things that we're already doing anyway. And this is, just to my mind, in common sense terms, the wrong thing to do, and it shouldn't be allowed.
Madam Mayor, may I have a right to reply very briefly? Very briefly. I'm personally very
I don't want this to get out of hand.
Personally very hurt by the councillor's comments, Madam Mayor.
Yes, but I
The
mean,
people on
I
this
can
side-
understand how some of them do feel. I'm in the middle. I mean, some people don't like their photographs taken, some do. And I think, you know, none of them have actually got their photographs out to your side.
Madam Mayor.
I'm sorry, I'm not taking sides. I'm not taking sides.
You are
I'm
if you
doing
don't
that-
allow a right of reply.
No, I'm not.
You are
because
if you don't allow a right of reply.
I don't want a debate on it.
I'm not
Okay,
debating, I'm
just-
taking my right to reply.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Madam
Excuse me,
Mayor.
everybody. Shh.
I would thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I know that you're not a partisan mayor and you're doing your very best. The councillor's words are extremely hurtful. The front bench team on this side put a great deal of effort into bringing forward our very best ideas to provide this council with absolute opportunities that are genuine, which they can choose to accept or choose not to accept.
Okay,
And if
so
they are
can you-
embarrassed
can
by
you now
whether or
sit-
not they do so, they should not
can
take
you
up public
please now
life.
sit down,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Thank you. We now turn to the Executive Budget's recommendation for debate. Exec councillors and spokes or nominated subs have up to 5 minutes, other members up to 3 minutes. Councillor Robinson has a right to reply. Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor Bick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. After the disruption that we had 10 days ago, it's good now to have the chance to talk seriously about climate change. I think we all agree that despite the urgency of tackling climate change, the democratic way is how policies to combat it should be decided. But we must make sure that we're delivering. I would like to acknowledge a number of measures in the BSR which are motivated to reduce the Council's carbon footprint and to help others do the same. And I believe the protesters are wrong to assume that nothing is being done. What's being proposed in the BSR is in a strong bipartisan tradition of this Council. The Council's first climate change strategy was adopted by the Council under our administration in 2008, and we're now on our third. Under these, the Council has made positive progress using the Climate Change Fund, which we set up and you have continued, that through the actual ability, though the actual ability to measure has now much improved, it's likely that our carbon emissions as a council have reduced by about a third over 10 years. Admittedly, part of that is because the council itself has smaller operations, and also because the national grid has decarbonised to some degree, but part is genuinely the result of measures like low energy lighting, better energy conservation, and some solar panels. But exactly a year ago, we brought to this council a motion to declare a climate emergency. Now, there was a veritable scramble to sign up to it, and it was passed unanimously, I think. This should have been a seminal moment. Despite our progress as a council, the scientists, through the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, were telling us that however we were doing on climate change, we needed to do better and do it faster. We needed to work out how soon we could achieve zero carbon and see to it that we did. Whilst the incremental steps are certainly continuing, what has not happened in this council over the past year is any attempt to look at this process again and ask ourselves whether it measures up to the emergency that we're all so happy to declare. An emergency should mean an end to the purely incremental approach and the creation of a comprehensive roadmap with a zero carbon destination for our council, taking on board the difficult things, not just the low-hanging fruit. And until we have that kind of plan, it really doesn't feel like it's an emergency. Without a plan like that, we have this endless discussion about target dates. When it comes down to a substantial organisation like this one, all of that is hot air unless the people quoting the dates know what it will take to achieve it and are brought into the consequences. There seems to have been no stirring of thought along those lines since last year by members opposite. Our expectation on this side isn't just a fantasy. A good example is our neighbour, the University of Cambridge, which has developed its own plan over the past year. Many other organisations are doing the same, and we should be reinforcing that example. Now, if members look at the Council's corporate plan, which is actually Appendix B of the BSR on page 282, and they go to Theme 3, Protecting Our Environment and Tackling Climate Change, they will look in vain for any suggestion that this administration is going to review the climate change strategy, let alone develop a roadmap to zero carbon, and that plan goes right up to 2022 with no intention to do that. So not only no flinching at the climate emergency after 1 year, but apparently quite willing to go on for another 2. People are understandably asking, what's the point of declaring a climate emergency if you're just going to go on as before? Gently as she goes, with no plan that reaches an endpoint. Climate change isn't just a media opportunity. It actually needs to result in something substantial, hard decisions, and it means doing things differently. Random incremental measures might look good in press releases. The individual measures are welcome so far as they go, but we are saying that this time has moved on. Assessing the whole task and getting a grip on it is what's now needed, There is nothing in this budget or its associated corporate plan to indicate that the administration has understood what an emergency means. And it calls for, and we call for, and that's why we will not be supporting this budget.
I don't have anybody on my list who wants to talk. So, Councillor Romerson? Oh, sorry, Councillor Moore. You'd like to?
Well, I assume there'd be more debate.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, I think some of us on this side like to say that the ruling group's rhetoric is ambitious, but sometimes lacks delivery. Well, so if you look at their last-minute press release before our original meeting date 2 weeks ago, it does mention a few token actions on sustainability, and I mean, some of them better late than never. But how is it 2020? I mean, having declared a climate emergency exactly a year ago, and we're only just about to go out and ask people what they think about sustainability and climate change, especially in Cambridge, where we can be the example. We've got 2 universities big on sustainability. Children plead with us in the streets, in their strikes, almost weekly sometimes. And we've got some groups who think that their only option is to cause chaos because we're failing to do everything that we can, rather we're just doing the bare minimum. A few of you might remember from some workshops that I'll go on, I'll harp on about the UN Sustainable Development Goals. They really highlight the lack of an overall strategy and any roadmap, like Councillor Bick said, to get into net zero. So picking up on some of those, on energy, you claim to want to reduce dependence on gas heating in that press release, but also still plan to spend 102 million on replacing existing gas boilers. Something we've tried multiple times to get you to stop, take a breath, and reassess. Health and well-being, we all know the numbers on air quality. How about we aim to bring 106 deaths per year down to 0? Promoting the environment, total failure to act on cycle thefts, and we've already covered the unambitious sustainability of new homes. Equality in the removal of public toilets, drawing back to Councillor Porro's petition last week, on waste and responsible consumption, just to rehash the fly tipping issues and the continuing removal of recycling points. So finally on partnerships, and I think we can all appreciate the limits of what we can achieve as a city council in terms of funding, in terms of power, but despite some of the partnerships in some areas that councillors opposite have mentioned, there's a complete outsourcing of responsibility when it comes to sustainability. Combine this with a lack of initiative to work with other groups, push them to act, be enthusiastic about new partnership opportunities has been really striking in my, what's it been, 8 months. We say that the current ruling group is ambitious in rhetoric, but fails to deliver. I think we really need to reevaluate and question whether that rhetoric really is actually that ambitious. Thank you.
Councillor Somerby?
After Councillor Moore, she's...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It may not have escaped your notice that I've been somewhat critical of the ruling group's approach to climate change, as Councillor Moore's expression is telling me. But I want to give you an example of what real action on a climate emergency looks like. In Humberside, which is an area of heavy industry that has a far greater challenge of reaching net zero than does high-tech Cambridge, they're currently putting together a comprehensive roadmap to completely decarbonise the region. They've in fact reached out to experts here in Cambridge for help on that, and the local councils are a key part of building that plan for net zero. Contrast that with Cambridge, where the ruling group have no integrated strategy, indeed no plan beyond reducing the council's direct emissions, themselves a fraction of the total, by a mere 6%. And indeed, some of those proposals involve selling assets to get them off the books, but that doesn't take the emissions out of the air. The need for improved advice, which they are Humberside is taking advantage of, but Cambridge City Council is not, was highlighted by Councillor Moore's completely erroneous statement that her deliberate delays to replacement of vehicles would somehow benefit air quality in Cambridge. I'm sure it hasn't escaped the Councillor's notice, but we don't manufacture vehicles in Cambridge. So her delays are leaving diesel vehicles on the road and therefore doing immediate and unequivocal damage to our children's health. In terms of those vehicles' carbon impact, we need to examine how their life cycle emissions fit into an overall plan. The Executive Councillor says that she hopes such a plan will emerge. I'm sorry, Councillor Moore, hope is not a strategy at the best of times, let alone when you're faced with an emergency. If you won't take the lead, as the councillors in Humberside have done, who will? Yeah. Now, we don't have to deal with cement plants and power stations in Cambridge, so what can the council do? Are they being honest with their colleagues in Extinction Rebellion when they tell them that they have no power to act? Well, here's one example of a significant action they can take. 18% of greenhouse gas emissions in this country come from domestic heating. It's a huge part of our carbon footprint. And after years of pressure on the issue, not least from this side of the chamber and from elsewhere, the ruling group have finally decided to conduct a review with the long-term goal of bringing some of the existing housing stock up to performance band C. A property in band B uses 30% less gas and 25% less electricity than properties in band C. It's not quite net zero, but it's considerably better than the incremental improvements that we've managed to drag out of the ruling group so far. You're the ruling group. This is in your power. You've talked about an emergency, you've heard about an emergency, now's your time to act. Be bold. I dare you.
Councillor Gearing.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah. I agree with almost everything that the previous councillors have said. I can add a bit of history to this. That the councillors opposite always like. Because when I first started, it was made clear to me that converting the taxi fleet into electric taxis was out of our powers. We couldn't do anything. Well, here we are, we're converting all the licensed taxis and private hires into electric and plug-in hybrids. But it is a malaise in this council which seems to always think that other priorities are more important than climate change, right? We had a resolution over 3 years ago to review the commercial property portfolio and either do a review or do an energetic upgrade in order not to contribute to climate change as a council through our property portfolio. Nothing has happened. So here we are being asked to support a budget that, if you believe the press releases, is super climate friendly. I think it's not climate friendly. I think it lacks ambition, it lacks action, and we need to do much more. And just a word on the related biodiversity emergency. We have adopted the declaration in May, and nothing has happened. It's not reflected in your budget. So we're adopting these emergencies, and nothing happens.
Thank you. Councillor McGurty.
Sorry, Mayor, I don't remember putting my hand up. No, I don't think I did, sorry. I intend to. I'm just really intrigued as to Councillor Thornborough clearly had an answer for the accusation that the councillor to my right just made, and perhaps she'd like to go first. I mean, they don't have to provide leadership. I'll speak now if you like.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We won't call the vote for them to vote against our 100 budget proposals, so we can take 100 pictures. But it's interesting, they won't vote for things on the climate change. We've got £100,000 for street trees. Don't they do something for the climate? We've got £400,000 for vehicle replacement. Doesn't that do something for the climate? We've got £100,000 for vehicle charging points. Doesn't that do something for the climate? We've got biodiversity strategy. We've got increase of the climate change strategy. We can go on and on about these things. And they want to vote against them. King's Edges, £150,000 for the play equipment there. You don't want that one there. And what else have we got? It just goes on and on. I think we should, our leader, call for a vote for some of these people so that people can see what they're going to vote against as well. Because this is big money, this is big changes, and you're sat there saying you're not prepared to vote for them. And you accused us earlier of not working together. And here we are putting a budget together that is trying to tackle the things you've been talking about. Wildfowl meadows, toilets, trees, play equipment, toilet facilities, huge amounts of money. And you sat there now when it comes to it saying, we can't vote for you. Or you should be shamed.
Oh, Councillor Bick, it started so well. You supported our climate change proposals. And then it all went downhill. So you say you support our climate change proposals, but we've got no attempt to look at process. We need a roadmap. And then something was said, random incremental measures. So they haven't been random incremental measures. We have our climate change strategy, we have our carbon management plan. Officers have looked at what is our biggest emitter, so that's the pool, so that's where, and the pools and leisure, that's where a lot of our focus has been. Then the next one is fleet. That has been more difficult. We did the bin round changes to make those more efficient and reduce mileage. But until now, technology hasn't been good enough to properly electrify the fleet. However, we are doing a fleet review this year, and that's why we will be doing it. I say again, you don't like us doing it in a measured way to make sure that we're not throwing public money away on vehicles that won't do the job, or throwing real vehicles away which have got embedded carbon in them, and yet there was nothing in your budget. It's empty words. Again, you've said everything that we're doing is rubbish, no vision, we're not... You had nothing in your budget on this. Absolutely nothing. I have to say, I was a bit worried as the Executive Councillor. Would you have better ideas than me? Would I feel that I wasn't bringing vision? No, nothing. We're reviewing the climate change strategy this year. I'm sorry that you didn't know that. It was in our report to Environment Scrutiny in October, but perhaps it slipped your mind. Someone mentioned continuing removal of recycling points. It's simply not true. We have removed 3, 1 because the landowners said that we had to, but we've opened 4 new ones. So we've had an increase of 1. Lack of initiative to work with other groups. I would really like to know if there are any groups in Cambridge that are working on environment, combating climate change, or on anti-poverty that this council are not partners with or working with. I just don't believe they exist. But maybe you'll tell us they do, and then we can create a new relationship with them and work with them. I think that was it.
Councillor Chadwick.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. When we declared a council emergency, well, I was not a member at the time, council emergency, a climate emergency last year, it was clear that this chamber was unified in the need for action to help address climate breakdown. And to me, an emergency situation is something that is requiring immediate and sometimes drastic action. So where is this action, Madam Mayor? As Councillor Bick points out, it's not in the corporate plan that takes us up to 2022. We need to look at how we are getting a clear path to achieve net zero carbon, and we need a roadmap to get there, as Councillor Bick was saying. Yes, we do have improvements, and yes, they are helping. But what we need is a big zero, and then we need a line that is taking us down there and a plan to get us to that zero. This requires bold actions like my colleagues have already been discussing, and things like making every house this council builds a passive house and improving the existing thermal properties of current housing stock. This not only helps us achieve our net zero carbon future, but gives us a great standard of warm homes to this council's tenants. And bold actions in pushing harder on the full electrification of the council's vehicle fleet. Talking about deferring replacement for further assessment in budget item 4564 just doesn't really cut it. This council needs a deliverable strategy to achieve net zero carbon and a continuous review of execution against that strategy to ensure our net zero goal will be met. We can and must do better.
Councillor Johnson.
Madam Mayor, is it in order to respond to Councillor Matthews' point about the HRA, even though we're discussing the general fund budget? Okay, good. Gas boilers. Yes, we have budgeted £100 million for boiler replacements in the HRA business plan. That's over 30 years. But only a fool would believe that we would actually be, installing gas boilers into the foreseeable future. It does not follow, therefore, that all of this 100 million will be spent on gas boilers. As Councillor Matthews will know, we will be specifically reviewing gas boiler installations next year. And as part of this review, we will look at the implications of switching from gas to alternative heating. And that will probably be one of the things that the Energy Officer, the HRA will be funding, will focus on as part of their role.
Thank you. Councillor McGurty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm sure we welcome the change of heart from the Executive Councillor for Housing. I look forward to him bringing forward plans for alternatives to gas boilers in the near future. Madam Mayor, my comments earlier on introducing the Liberal Democrat budget amendment. I've already highlighted my concerns that the administration is failing to fully address the biodiversity emergency that they were so keen for us all to declare last year. And I made passing mention of the problem of excessive groundwater extraction from chalk streams in my opening remarks, which I'd like to expand on now, if I may. I'm not a scientist and I'm not an ecologist. So I understand the Executive Council's desire to put the right people in the room to discuss the issue. But that really is just the starting point for development of evidence-based policy that should lead to well-defined action. The Chalk Streams project in this budget proposal is a one-year, £5,000 woefully superficial response, lacking in detail or concrete outcomes. It's clearly designed to produce nothing more than a few council press releases ahead of the all-up elections in May. The place we should be looking here, I've lost my place on the page, I do apologise, is in the emerging local plan process, and I'm sorry if that doesn't fit conveniently into the election cycle. We've had some success implementing the environmental policies in the current local plan, which was authored by the previous Liberal Democrat administration. Protecting wildlife corridors and allowing our planning committee to make decisions which have benefited residents and, crucially, which have been upheld at appeal. I would like to thank members on all sides who sit on that committee for their dedication to what can be challenging and complex applications. The Chalk Streams project should be collecting evidence of the potential harm of over-extraction of groundwater around which detailed and defensible policy can be set. It's not acceptable to throw a single line of tokenistic £5,000 at a problem that this council promised to treat as an emergency. It's a 5-year budget, Madam Mayor, but it's obsessed with an all-up election that's only 2 months away. It's barely even making a start, and it certainly won't make a measurable difference. It's business as usual in the face of an emergency.
Councillor Herbert?
I do know where to start. If you look at the challenges of delivering key worker housing of affordable housing, if you look at the challenges of biodiversity and chalk streams, you've got to look at the local plan. Of course, the work that, and I, unlike Councillor McGurty, I don't just try and heap derision on the work of Councillor Thornborough. I think the initiative that she's led on chalk streams is genuine. I think there is a commitment of this council to recognise that there's excess abstraction from the aquifers. Only this weekend, a walk out to Fulbourn Fen, places that children used to actually be able to swim or paddle in the summer, dry in the winter. So we're perfectly aware, Councillor McGurty, about this. So your derision is really misplaced. We're determined, along with South Cambridgeshire, to use the local plan opportunities. This council, this administration will address the chalk streams. It will address the CAM. In terms of other local plan issues, I do, Madam Mayor, need to reference the role of the local plan on affordable housing. Yes, we can look for, and we will look for further opportunities to invest. We do want, when we can actually try and judge the damage that this government's Brexit is going to do to all sorts of aspects of the economy, including aspects like house prices. We do want to invest in intermediate housing, but the local plan, Madam Mayor, is where we can really make a difference. And I, again, commit this council to looking for opportunities, not just to deliver affordable housing for rent, but to look at opportunities for key worker and different specialist housing as part of the local plan. And we will address that. I cannot believe that the opposition comes to this chamber a bit like one of the John Cleese gangs of the Judean People's Liberation Front, plotting great plans or making great statements that Rome isn't really running things very well, and then comes up with a completely naked approach. Absolutely nothing, Councillor Bick, in your budget at all about climate change. Again, you're trying to pour derision. This council has cut its own emissions by 25% in 4 years. There's still a way to go. This council has demonstrated the methodology of counting and following through with a strategy. We will be working, and we discussed this with Extinction Rebellion, lots of environmental groups and various interests. The Cambridgeshire Climate Commission is the right vehicle to come up with the case and the strategy in the overall arena. And this council is working on a strategy. We plan an engagement strategy. We're going to call them people's assemblies. We don't want to confuse them with citizens' assemblies. We will be engaging the public because they need to own the problem. The reason why we feel distraught about the attempts by Extinction Rebellion to create all of this divisiveness, all of this publicity about episodes that are of transitory nature is that this community, residents, businesses, building on the initiatives that we've already got, need to work and own the problem of climate change, of food, of travel. We need to address the issues with the county council of helping them with public transport solutions. So there are 15 initiatives here that you were not willing to debate. You're not even willing to list them. I'll save my comments for when Councillor Matthews asks me a question, a blind question later on. There is plenty in this budget that tackles climate change. There is zero in your amendment.
Councillor Thornborough?
The local plan consultation is required to get us to net zero in the future. I ask that the councillors, all councillors, be trained to present on the consultation and to discuss climate and biodiversity crisis and how this might be considered. How many events did any of you go to talk at and engage with your ward councillors, with your wards? I talked at 7. I'm very passionate about climate change, climate crisis. And Councillor Gearing questioned about my passion about biodiversity. I don't object to that. I know I am passionate about it, and I do not have to defend this. I have worked for 30 years in a male-dominated profession, and I was never treated as I have been by some of you. I object that every single meeting I have been here at as a executive councillor, Councillor Gehring has pointed to me aggressively. I have never been treated like that. I have never been referred to as a mother in any aspect of my work, and I feel that this is my job and I'm working very hard at it. They are out of order.
Thank you. Okay, does Councillor Robinson want to speak on this? Oh, sorry, Councillor Robinson, Councillor Martinelli. Are you the last one, Councillor Martinelli? Oh, right, okay. So, Councillor Martinelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to speak very briefly on the subject of the electrification of the fleet, which I do think does illustrate the ponderous response to the climate emergency taken. So we've heard of this fleet review, but I'm afraid at the time of speaking, the fleet review has been ongoing for at least 9 months and has been incomprehensibly delayed. Had that not been the case, perhaps the ruling group would have been able to see more thorough and costed budget amendments to this process. At the moment, as the fleet stands, the last time we checked, we have 190 vehicles under the direct control of the City Council. How many would you guess were electric? The answer is 11. Last year at our budget meeting, we replaced 25 vehicles and 1 of them was electric. So over 90% of the fleet remains driven by fossil fuels. Now, we've heard about the actions taken by the ruling group to remedy this situation, primarily the allocation of funding for the fleet replacement this year pending the review. That £400,000, according to my inquiries with officers, would fund an extra 4 vehicles. So the best case scenario we have for after this year is a fleet of 15 of 190 being electric. And I'm afraid I don't think anyone in this chamber would think that is a good enough response to the climate crisis.
Councillor Dion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess firstly I would note that the rather disappointing Trapeze Act that managed to delay the meeting 2 weeks ago, rather ironically, is actually delayed this democratically elected People's Assembly, in which members of our group and all across the chamber have been putting the climate change emergency front and centre of the council's business. Now, in response to the comment regarding our amendment, I would note that the ruling group had 40 weeks after declaring the emergency last year to set the agenda on this. We had less than 4 weeks to try to amend the position that was put before us. It is not the correct document in which to do that. So, the circus that did descend on the meeting 2 weeks ago were clearly extremely frustrated. And unfortunately, Councillor Herbert continues to seek to push responsibility. We've mentioned partners in this. Unfortunately, the County Council is run by an entirely different party who doesn't sit in this chamber, and who are currently, as I understand it, delaying on the Climate Commission without even a timeline to appoint a chair. We are not seeing action from them. Funnily enough, at the local plan meetings I have attended, the big debate that was very interesting. It was noted in that meeting that the last time Cambridge had really showed real leadership on this matter was when the council had actually forced passive housing standards on the Clay Farm development. Now that was a decision made by Sian Reid and the Lib Dem group. So I would just note that it is really time that the Cambridge City Council got back to a position of leadership on this issue. And at the moment, we are not there. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have anyone else on my list. So, Councillor Robinson, would you like to have a... Yeah. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Oh, I won't take that long. Right, well, we've had an interesting debate. Clearly the Liberal Democrats are going ahead with attacking our work on climate emergency, but we accept our role. We are taking a lead in reducing emissions and increasing biodiversity. We will, with others, we are providing community leadership to cut emissions in Cambridge. And we're supporting the planned Cambridgeshire Climate Commission, as has been said. The whole budget is a cohesive and comprehensive approach to the needs of Cambridge, including the needs for climate change action, and we will be pursuing them with vigour in the year ahead. When we go to the elections in May, we are clear what we're offering Cambridge, and we believe that we will succeed in those elections. We will see what they have to say about your approach, negative as it is. So I will not say anything else except to put this whole debate, whole budget to the Chamber to vote on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, we now have a recorded vote on the Executive's budget recommendations as on pages 179 to 180 of the 25th of February agenda pack, or pages 205 or 206 of the 13th of February agenda pack. Those in favour of the recommendation, please show hands.
So that's 19.
Okay. And those against? And those abstaining?
Yeah, 12. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. We now turn to agenda item 7A, the recommendation of the Civic Affairs Committee, Draft Pay Policy Statement 2020-21. The recommendation is set out on pages 353 of the 25th of February agenda pack and pages 379 of the 13th of February agenda pack. Is there a debate? No? Okay. Councillor Sargent, you have a right of reply or to say?
Nothing to say, Chair.
Okay. I will now go to the vote. Please, can I see those in favour of the recommendations?
Okay, that's unanimous. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We now turn to agenda item 7B, recommendation on the amendment to the council procedure rules, which starts on page 375 of the 25th of February agenda pack and page 401 of the 13th of February agenda pack. Is there a debate? No? Councillor Sargent?
No, thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I will now go to the vote. Please, can I see those in favour of the recommendations?
Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, we now go to oral questions. Because of the fact that this is a reconvened meeting, if there is any member who had put a question but is absent this evening, I had advised group leaders that another member can put the question and supplementary. A member can choose to withdraw an oral question when called if it no longer wishes to be put. This item will last a maximum of 30 minutes. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have up to 2 minutes to reply. The questionnaire will have 2 minutes to put a supplementary question or to seek clarification of the response to the original question. The Executive Councillor, Chair or nominee will have a further 2 minutes to reply to the supplementary question. At the concise of 30 minutes, those that have not answered may provide a written response to the member who put the question. A copy of the oral questions are on pages 19 to 22 of the information pack. Councillor Porro has the first question. That's
the question. Okay, sorry, I've forgotten that. It's been a long meeting. Question 1 to the leader, I believe.
In addition, Mayor, to the council lighting up the Guildhall blue and yellow on the sad day that the government announced that we were leaving, we will be flying the European flag on the 9th of May, and we plan to continue flying the European flag each 9th of May in perpetuity.
This was genuinely a cross-party question. I have no further comments or supplementaries. Thank you.
Councillor Collis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to ask the Executive Councillor to report on the progress of the Food Hub, please. Anti-poverty strategy.
I can do either. I'll try and put a bit of both. So in terms of the anti-poverty strategy, one of the first things that we did when we became the ruling group in 2014, which was before my time, was to start funding our anti-poverty work really rigorously. So we introduced a living wage officer, an anti-poverty fund, and I've forgotten to set my timer, so you're going to have to ting me. We now fund hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of grants to community groups and homelessness prevention projects, plus many other initiatives such as the support and advice for universal credit claimants we are currently helping to fund. And of course, the hundreds of new council homes we're building in the city. Cambridge is the most unequal city in the country, and I know that all of us and all our residents want to work hard to challenge poverty and inequality. Our approach is always evidence-driven. That's why we don't set our anti-poverty strategy in stone, but renew it regularly. And as I said earlier in the meeting, we are currently in that renewal process. And just to kind of briefly, you also mentioned the anti-poverty hub, the food poverty hub. I can't talk straight. We do have a very exciting plan in the budget, as I mentioned earlier, for distributing food across the city to help deal with food poverty.
Did you want to ask? No? Okay. Councillor Giselle?
Question 3. It's the exciting topic of auditing. The position we've got ourselves in is a direct result of the stupidity of the government in moving to require a very short timetable for all councils to have their accounts produced and audited. The pressure on councils has been immense, but it's also been immense on auditors. Both SIPFA and my Institute of Chartered Accountants have recently complained to the government about the pressure that's been put on everybody. These pressures led to many firms of auditors actually losing staff because of the pressure that the staff were put under to complete the work in such a short amount of time. Insufficient experienced auditors within our external audit supplier has been a direct result on this council. And they've been unable to fully resource the audit within the reduced timescales applicable. The increased expectations and requirements on auditors arising from high-profile corporate failures have also added to pressure on auditors. So Carillion went bust, and the result was more pressure on the auditors. Increasingly complex council accounts. Now, our accounts are as complicated as many, I suspect, because of our wholly owned companies that we own, commercial activities, and our additional accounting. And there are also additional accounting and disclosure requirements imposed on us. Changes to the finance team have also been a problem for us because this is within the council. But for next year, the question is about next year. We are developing a programme of dates and times with the auditors so that the audits can be compiled and the accounts audited by October. It's definitely not going to be done by the June-July period that the government originally
Yep, I do. I guess I'm sure, like Councillor Robertson, I was disappointed to read yesterday that the audit has been again delayed. So we've had to cancel a Civic Affairs meeting in March, which worries me. I guess I have a couple of follow-up questions in that regard, which is there any visible issues that are causing these delays? Do we have a clear set of lessons for, although the deadlines you've mentioned have been brought forward maybe difficultly and maybe superficially, but we are now well beyond previous deadlines on the completion of these accounts. So will we be moving to a position where we'll be at least meeting October? And finally, in response to some of the questions from earlier, does the Labour Council take responsibility for this failure in the finances? Thank you.
Well, to answer the last question, certainly not. It's the government's failure, if anybody's, a failure to recognise the reality of the complexity they impose on everybody. We have done what we can. We've enhanced the level of staffing we've got. We now have a permanent deputy finance officer and an accountant below him. We have these two new people in post. One of them is a new post that's been added as well. So from our point of view, we will be producing the accounts in as efficient a way as we can in future. The auditors will do what they can, and we hope that between us we will be able to maintain the progress towards the new deadline we have set ourselves. We are also hopeful that the accounts for last year will be completed fairly soon, and we've got the auditors to give us a specific timetable for completion of the work on that. So we're doing what we can, but as I say, it's certainly not something we are to blame for. It's the government's stupidity, if anything.
Yes, the question for the Executive Council for Climate Change, Environment, City Centre, and although this question referred to Extinction Rebellion planned last week, who knows what they might be planning next week, so it's still applicable.
I knew the answer to this last time, roughly. I didn't know, for example, about the lawn and the super glue or even the abseiling, but I'm afraid I don't know what the plans are for next week.
Well, actually, I've got sort of follow-up. I'm thinking perhaps I should declare an interest, not that I'm a member of Extinction Rebellion, although I don't think they have members. They have sort of activity groups and working groups and so on. But I am a member of Friends of the Earth, so I do have a kind of particular interest in this question. But could I ask the Executive Councillor, I'm sure she's going to continue, the Council is going to continue to engage with Extinction Rebellion, and what advice she might offer to them over tactics and strategy in the future?
Well, I think that the work of Greta Thunberg in particular, the school strikes which came out of Greta Thunberg's protest, and some of Extinction Rebellion has been really positive in raising climate issues up the political agenda, but also increasing it in public awareness and consciousness. I would say that I think the actions that they took last week were a bit mixed in that their messages wasn't clear, and I think that they were targeting the wrong people. I think that I absolutely believe in the right to peaceful protest, and I can understand the desire for, what's the word? Yeah, the other word for troublemaking, sort of, pardon? Civil disobedience, there we go, thank you, sorry, it's late. I don't know how we got to this time when we started, we didn't have half our meeting. However, I think if you're going to engage in civil disobedience, it's vital that you pick the right targets. And I absolutely don't believe that this council or the cleaners in Barclays or the gardeners at Trinity or the people trying to get to work in Cambridge are the right targets. I think that the car-free day that they organised last year was very positive, and I would recommend to Extinction Rebellion that they organise more positive events. I know that there are groups in the city and streets that want to organise play streets where you close the road road on a Sunday and have picnics and playing out in the street. I think they should get together with groups and organise things like that whilst talking to people and having a positive dialogue rather than creating a lot of division. It's been discussed that it's like the various other campaigns. I think this one is different in that we all need to change how we live, but we can see that as a positive. And I think that it's created a lot of negativity, and we need to see it as positive change.
Question number 5, please.
Mayor, I share the concerns of Councillor Pippas about what's been happening. I think it's outrageous that people who are Chinese residents, Chinese students in our city have been targeted. I put some of it down to the media because I think the media has whipped up undue fears about coronavirus. If you actually look, Mayor, at exactly what has happened, the deaths have occurred. Over 95% of the impact has been in China, particularly in Hunan and in Hubei province. The deaths outside of China, despite all of the media coverage, have been 14 compared to around 3,000 deaths in China. So whilst there are issues, and I can understand the need for the World Health Organization to react, what we need to do is support our Chinese community. We've worked with the Chinese Community Association, with the Cambridge Chinese Centre. We've been in correspondence with the police. We think it's that the incidents in the university and in the streets, and also have to say some parents criticising the fact that there are Chinese pupils in some Cambridge schools are completely unacceptable and should be called out as racist activity, given that these are innocent people.
Thank you so much. May I share with you a letter written by Dr. Wei San, he's the leader of the Chinese community, to the chief of the police. He said, as a global citizen living in the same planet, first thing you should do is to show is how we can support and help each other. What we need now is compassion. Let us isolate the virus, not the people. So would the executive, with the leader of the council and any other council representatives join me in a meeting with the Chinese community leaders to affirm the solidarity of the council with them at this difficult time?
I'm very happy to take part in a meeting with former Mayor Pippas. I also think it would be good to make a statement on behalf of the council. When you consider that a number of people in the Chinese community have got relatives who've either caught the virus but are fine, but even worse, there are some that know people who've died in China. So we should have that meeting, and whilst I think that the Chinese government is the right vehicle to address it, we should also support efforts by the Chinese community here to raise funds if we can, so that we can help them. Meanwhile, even on our own streets, and if I go into my local chemist, they've sold out of face masks. So I appreciate that we think we've got a problem, but the problem that we've got, I believe, is resolvable. What we do need to recognise is that it's far worse in China.
Question number 6.
The Council made various preparations in relation to Brexit because we feared some of what is now being talked about. So we had planned for a no-deal Brexit and its impacts, particularly on the Council and where we were contributing to community support. We will continue to work to protect the rights of our European citizens. We know that they may be able to vote and stand in elections this year, but the government has made no statement to date to clarify that that is an ongoing commitment. There are 23,000 non-UK EU citizens in this city. They're our people. We believe that they need to be protected in those rights. We will work with people within the city because it seems to be that the government is double talking both about exactly what the impacts are across the Irish Sea, but also exactly what they're planning to do. We fear that they are going to crash out at the end of this year, and all we will have is a delay to the damage, including to the vital links that this city has with Europe, and the need in the future to attract further European talent in the way that we have up until now.
Thank you very much. I think it's particularly important to dust off those kind of preparations, because even though we no longer face a no-deal Brexit, we will face a very hard Brexit on the 31st of October with a cliff edge that might impact on the city significantly if we don't reactivate those kind of preparations. It will also have a significant impact on our EU population, and particularly the EU citizens feel very vulnerable with just the settled status and basically at the government's whim, with an immigration policy that is quite concerning and has made, again, national headlines for one of our Cambridge residents most recently. So I would encourage the leader to reconvene the Brexit group maybe shortly before December, so that all city operations are prepared. And just a word to Councillor Thornborough. I didn't mean you personally. I meant your group and what the Labour group was doing. So I apologise if that didn't come across. I'm a second language speaker. Thank you.
I take Councillor Goring's point. We do need to continue to assess what the impacts are. As we said about other agendas this evening, we're not omnipresent. We don't have magic powers. But it does concern us that the Home Secretary can't even in an answer in Parliament distinguish between settled and pre-settled status. And we do need to work and try and convince, in addition to Daniel Zeichner, our other MP, because we are not going to win some of these arguments unless we win some Tory support. And we do need to actually recognise that, sadly, in the way that the last general election was handled, we've given far more power to bad people, as President Trump might say.
Question 7, please.
Councillor Bick, the officers from Streets and Open Spaces are currently considering a range of options and are re-evaluating the event's impacts in their review process. So I'm expecting officers to be making recommendations in the next few weeks on a range of options going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Thornborough. Of course, officers have already told me that. What I was asking was your view. I mean, the situation that we have with that event is that it's the host for diesel generators belching out toxic fumes for 3 months of the year, every year, and the scarring of the grass for half the year. It arrived as an ice rink, a small ice rink, and has now allowed a massive funfair to creep in. What I'm looking for is Councillor Thornborough's own views about the diesel generator, the compatibility with our views on climate change, the scarring of the grass for 6 months, and the assurance that she isn't motivated solely by income in her decision.
No, I'm certainly not motivated by income. I know that there is a significant income that comes with that event. I've questioned whether we should consider it going forward, and asked whether there are alternatives that we can consider that would be much better in view as for the climate crisis and biodiversity. So, you know, climate crisis, biodiversity crisis, top of my list.
Oh, Councillor Riley, oh, how could I? I'm so sorry. You may speak.
Question 8, Madam Mayor.
Oh, dramatic persona.
Wow, that was the best asked question number I've ever heard. Thank you, Councillor O'Reilly, for your question. The Cambridge Folk Festival has been working for some time to tread as lightly and be as ethical as it can be. Some of the things we've addressed already include the efficient use of renewable energy, the use of seasonal, sustainable and ethically sourced food, getting rid of single-use plastic bottles and having freely available drinking water, as well as having some rather snazzy festival water bottles available. The use of compost toilets, almost 100% use of renewable energy, trying to encourage as much recycling as possible, and giving food donations to Cambridge community lunches. I'm delighted to announce that for all these reasons and for many more, that for the second year running, the Folk Festival has been declared outstanding in the International Greener Festival Awards. A Greener Festival assesses events and festivals, making awards to those who have demonstrated a strong commitment to sustainability and a reduction of environmental impacts. And I want to congratulate the whole Folk Festival team and all our City Council, Cambridge Live staff for achieving this accolade. It really is very exciting.
Oh, Madam Mayor, you're spoiling me. I think I will. Just ask the Executive Councillor, would you join me in celebrating 30 years of the junction? Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah. What can I say? Of course. But seriously, I mean, I don't know how many other people remember when the first junction building was opened, but I can't believe it was 30 years ago. And the junction is such you were 5. The junction is such an amazing part of our cultural offering, and I know that I've enjoyed and appreciated so many things there, including school shows when I was a deputy head, music gigs, comedy gigs, local writers' festivals, and perhaps especially some of the great showcases that were led by the CHIPS team. I maybe enjoyed slightly less standing outside Sixth Form College Christmas or Valentine's events in the freezing cold, clutching a guest list, but I know the students nonetheless enjoyed it. And I'm sure that everyone here has their own different memories. So that was, by the way, as a teacher, not as I'm sure that everyone here has their own memories, but I want to thank the Junction staff, past and present, and everyone else who has been part of this fantastic venue. And here's to the next 30 years.
Thank you. Councillor Matthews, it's your turn now.
Question 9, and apologies for the rather stark phrasing.
Well, it's an open question, so I'll give a long answer. I'm very proud of everything this council is doing. Obviously, we are not resting on our laurels, and we recognise a lot more can be achieved on sustainability. So that is why I will reference things that didn't really get the kind of glowing tributes that they deserved in the budget debate, Councillor Matthews, particularly as you've given me such a wonderful opportunity. Creating a corporate energy and carbon reduction manager post. The work that we've put into the local plan, which Stephen Kelly's still awake and is and listening attentively to everything that's said. The focus in that plan both on tackling biodiversity and making climate change a priority. And along with the commitment of Councillor Thornborough, we really do need to move towards Passive House. And to answer Councillor Diallo, who doesn't seem to... you've moved. The moving Councillor Diallo, this is the next local plan after the last local plan. So that is the opportunity that we can set the policies that you laudably mentioned your predecessors. The funding from Europe, the trees, the opportunities of working in partnership, including with the Climate Change Commission. Not mentioned fully enough, the strategic implementation following the declaration in 2019 of a biodiversity emergency strategy. I could go on and on and on. If I wouldn't go on and on, if it wasn't for the fact that questions finish on 30 minutes whether I go on and on or not.
Fantastic. Well, also a fantastic summary of the press release I gave reference to earlier. I think we've already covered on this side of the chamber exactly what we think about the overall climate change and sustainability strategy and our perceived lack of ambition and our continuing doing of the complete bare minimum. But it also seems to be a systematic problem for Labour in Cambridge, especially stark when you look at your county council colleagues' budget amendment. So I will mention that they prioritise adult and social care, and it's something we certainly all support. I'm sure many of us can speak from pretty difficult personal experiences. But what it doesn't explain is the total lack of any scrutiny concerning climate change or any mention of sustainability. And I know they'll say that our budget amendment tonight did the same, but we've done what we can with what we started on. That. Maybe it's not that surprising, given the complete lack of ambitious targets that I've referenced. I do wonder how far tangible climate action falls down their agenda, as they have just rejected any attempt for us to add to or amend these issues.
I'm sorry, is there a question? Yeah. We're running out of time.
Right now.
Yes.
You
only get 2 minutes, I'm afraid.
Apologies, I was waiting for the. I'm just wondering exactly who do we turn to in the current ruling group for leadership or as a champion of climate action on addressing every single one of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals?
I know it's late, but Councillor Matthews confused himself there, I think. I certainly was very confused, particularly the section about what's happening at the county council, because I thought we were at the city council. So we will come forward with a strategy. We hope that you will support our people's assemblies when we run them. We hope that you will sign up to the Cambridge Climate Charter in the same way that we want residents and businesses to. We will not accept you trying to describe our considerable effort as useless. Sometimes your side of the chamber tonight sounded as empty and hollow as some of the gestures of Extinction Rebellion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Ashton.
Question 10, please.
Madam Mayor, the SWEP protocol has been in operation for a total of 40 nights between the beginning of October and last year and the 12th of February, and it's this year, and it's provided emergency shelter for 100 individuals. It will be invoked again tomorrow until Monday the 2nd of March due to the predicted cold weather. In terms of promotion, the council has developed, the council's promotion of SWEP has developed significantly over the last 2 winters, and now includes a distributed email, usually 3 days in advance of SWEP, to over 100 local partners, which is in turn cascaded to those in the city who will come into contact with rough sleepers. 2, a commissioned streets outreach service, which operates 3 shifts, 5 days a week, to target rough sleepers and encourage them into accommodation. 3, a new SWEP weekend outreach service, which is an extension of the above, the aforementioned street outreach service, operating on weekend evenings when SWEP is triggered. And 4th and last, promotion on the council's social media sites and on the new street support website and app.
Thank you for that. I'd like to just say if you could express a thank you, not just from myself, but I'm sure from all councillors for the support these organisations give. It's unseen, it's invisible, it's done late at night. I think most of us have seen these volunteers going round handing out food, drinks, tents, blankets. So I'd like to take this opportunity that if you could express the thanks of all the council to all these organisations for their hard work.
Councillor Ashton is absolutely correct. We are an important body in terms of coordinating the efforts in tackling rough sleeping, but we can't do it ourselves. We have to work in league with organisations like Jimmy's and Winter Cover and members of the public and other interested bodies and groups who share a passion in tackling this injustice. And SWEP is very important because there's no, you don't have to be privy to public funds. You can just turn up and be assessed and access to shelter. There's no discrimination in terms of your nationality and so forth. It's an important resource, and that's why outreach services are critical in ensuring that those who can access SWEP do.
Okay then. Members are advised to note that written questions which had been received for this meeting, which can be found in the information pack on pages 23 to 26. The next scheduled meeting of the Council is the annual meeting on the 28th of May. However, it's planned that there will be need to convene a special Council meeting in April in relation to the appointment of the new Chief Executive, and members will be consulted soon. Please could I say a big thank you to the staff for sitting with us to look after us tonight. And I think also for the security, because some are out there in the cold and it's been really kind of them. So, yeah. And please could I ask you to take any rubbish away with you or dispose of it in the bins provided. Good night and safe journey home. Also remember the quiz tomorrow night. Mayor's quiz.